Hi, Navius. How are you? Hi, Mo. How are you doing? Oh, actually, good question, Star Wars Lady. Lightening is the part is when you lighten something. I've used the wrong word. Thank you. Let me change that now. Thank you. Right, let me do my going live posts chat. Early chatters. Could have been a country thing. I mean, honestly, there's quite a lot, isn't there, that vary. I don't know what that means, Busted. Hi, Raina. How are you? Yeah, to lighten. I've gotten the wrong one. Thank you for correcting me. Right, then. Yeah, Les Banana. 9 years. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Star Wars Lady. How's your project? I'm still in my workshop. Oh. Watch paint dry. I'm good, thank you. I've got yesterday and what day was yesterday? Wednesday. Spent yesterday and today basically mass editing. I'm trying to recycle a lot of my old videos because I've done so many now. So I'm trying to recycle and just make sure that I don't like overwork myself on some things. And the way that I like to do that is by trying to find ways that I can like change up the video somehow. So I've been really enjoying playing around with that filter, which is just like eyes and mouth, because I'm able to talk over it. And I've really struggled for a long time getting my own personality in a lot of my videos. So I've been trying to do that. And I edited loads of those. I got the shop ready. The shop will go live again tonight, and I'm looking forward to that. And then I was just editing and editing and editing. And then what else? It's pretty much shop work, really. Shop work and yeah, and editing all those videos. That's what I've been doing all day. I get to know, oh my god, Les Banana, the weekend is like, when do they define like a weekend starting? Like Thursday? Because, hi Moni, how are you doing? Yeah, I've been doing a lot of editing. I'm a little bit sick of it. A little bit sick of editing. Today I did 20. No, yes, last night and today I did 21 videos. I didn't want to be annoying. I'm assuming on Sunday. I mean, you might be annoying, but I could ask. I'm just saying. Kyle, oh my goodness gracious, thank you so much. Thank you. What are we doing on stream today? Thank you very much. The shop will be open tonight, midnight, my time, in a few hours. There it is. You got it to work. Well done. So chat. So I'm trying to figure out the crowd control thing. Oh, that's what I was doing today. I was trying to figure that out. Trying to figure out the crowd control thing. Aside from the massive, major, stupid thing that that Zero helped me on today, that got fixed. My only question is that I really wanted to make it so like they're all channel point redemptions, but it seems like with the free version, and I don't really want to pay, but with the free version, I could only have a maximum of 3 things that you change with channel point redemption. So what I might do tomorrow, so what I think I'm going to have to do tomorrow is we'll go live and we'll figure out how it works, because the other thing is I can't test it properly unless I'm live, I've noticed. So we'll test it out and then we'll switch around which ones we want to add on the crowd control, and we'll just do some tests and then we'll play. But just letting you know, I'll need your help because I think I have to be live for it to test it out. Hi Noonvale, how you doing today? Yeah, so I think I need to be live to test it out, so I'll need you guys to just help me configure it by just asking what's going on, if it's okay, etc. So we'll see, fingers crossed. Once it's set up, then I think I just need to become familiar with it because I've never used it properly. It seems as though I've managed to use my own save though. That was a little bit confusing to sort out earlier, but I think I've got it. I hope everyone's Thursday is all right. Thank you. What? 75. Thank you so much, Kings. Thank you. Okay. Hi, Hulk. Hulk, goodness me. You're going to be torn. Noonvale, which one? This one? No pressure then. I hope it's going to turn out okay. I've still got a lot of time to ruin it, you know. Right, well, I'm going to do something inspired by some lightning. Hopefully. Let's see. I can't make a decision on if I should start the base off with a really pale grey or a really pale blue. And I'm leaning towards grey because I'm thinking if I go with the grey, I could probably shade it to look more blue if I dislike it. What does a grey tiefling look like? A tiefling with grey skin. Much more helpful than you'd ever realise. Thank you so much. Again. All right. Let's just try. And if it's so bad, we'll refund Noonvale. I'm thinking about playing World of Warcraft. No! Is that what you're asking me? I don't know if that's what you're asking me, but if that's what you're asking me, no! Okie dokie. Right. Camera is there. Monitor is there. Oh, you've been playing? No, that's Banana was. Oh. Okay, sorry. But if you play, we'll kill Gahan together. Oh. No, we won't. I will be level 1. And you'll be like level 90,000 or whatever you are. You will kill Gahan, but I will stand in the back while you do that. Picking things up off the floor. That's what will happen. There's no together here. Lightning McQueen, oh my gosh, that would be maybe too iconic. Yeah, I'm starting to feel that I'm very slow at leveling because of my ADHD, so I don't think I'll level 80 before the expansion pack. Les Banana, I'm not sure how I feel about this defeatist attitude. I think we all know you're better than that. Where's my grey? There it is. You stand at the back of the room and scream at how ugly. Yes, yeah, exactly. That's more like it. That's more like it. No, but I have done that a few times actually. I'm gonna start by painting myself grey because I'm gonna try and get some contrast in here when I try and do this like lightning. That's not grey, that's another white. Ah! Alright, I'll just mix it myself. Okay. Let me quickly record. What? What is that? An eyelash has left me. So, another thing I need you to know, chat, is I've now learned something. What is that? She's so funny. Another thing I've learned with crowd control, because I was fiddling around with it today, there's a thing called disruption, which means that crowd control is now not limited to the games that are listed on the website. However, disruption, I think, is both good and bad, and I think it will depend on certain games. What disruption, hey Toasty, what disruption does, Zero, please, don't do me dirty like this. What disruption does is sometimes it'll cover part of the screen, a giant jump scare will block the screen, so you guys can control things, but there's like a set amount, and they just completely disrupt my gameplay. So I was thinking, like, for games which we aren't too fussed about, like the brand new experience of the story, etc. Like, I probably think that would be a bad idea if we were to play the new Resident Evil. But if we were going to sit there and play one of the old Tomb Raider games, I wouldn't mind, right? Or if we played like a different horror game, I think that would be okay. So I was thinking we could try that out for another stream, which then means that it would make more games that we play interactive without being completely modded by crowd control. Yeah, it's interesting. I think it's one of those things which, like, it would be good to at least try. Yeah, so it's called Disruption on crowd control, and it seems like they're adding in like some new things to play around with, not relying solely on, it's not on crowd control, so there's nothing we can do. So I think it would be good to give some stuff a go. But like I said, I think for something like the new Resident Evil game, I feel like it would be too disrupting, because I think we're all excited about what's actually happening, instead of, because some of it is like, it will completely make the screen black, except like a tunnel vision. So it'll only show certain things. And I think if it happened on like quite important cutscenes, like a game that's just come out, I think we'd all find that a bit frustrating. Like trying to be like, well, I don't know what's happening. But for other things, I think it would be okay. Right, Nevius, yeah. Especially for like a brand new game like that. And it's quite story rich too. Whereas like something with Elden Ring, I don't know. I don't know what's happened. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't really care what's going to happen. But yes. So tomorrow we'll have to test it out, and I'm gonna need a little bit of help from the chat to do like a little bit of feedback to say like, does it come up, does it work? There might have to be a bit of refreshing on your guys' side. I've never fully done it before, but I think I've configured it correctly, but we'll just have to play around with it a little bit. Thank you very much, Wolf. Thank you. Ah, it's a new one, I guess. Damn, Axel. What was it on before? Call out work tomorrow. Sorry, I can't come in today. Yes. No, I have a test. I look like I'm about to drop another Thomas the Tank Engine paint. It's not too late. I was mid-20s. Shall we... Shall we call this one like 25? It won't show up, but we'll know. I could be the moon. And here I am. Completed. Honestly, I shouldn't have chosen to start here because I think it looks like I've just given myself a black eye, but that's what I did. Just conflicts with some of your times. So there is a way that you can save it, Axel. I think within 24 hours you have to watch a clip from the stream and then it will keep your streak. Is the printer having a day off? It is today, yeah. I think I'm gonna... Well, basically, I'm out tomorrow and I don't like leaving the printer running while I'm out. So I thought I'll just wait and then I'll do some more printing over the weekend. Whoa, Nivius, that's crazy. It probably does. Yes, I do all my makeup looks myself. And before day trip to Denmark for another photo shoot. Do you know what? It would be nice. I go straight to the supermarket and pick up some snack souvenirs. Definitely would be okay on its own. No spaghetti here. I have no trust in this printer. Kyle, are you still here? I am. What happened with that order from November? Did it ever arrive? Do I have the name ping? It's I've seen a few people's reset by mistake. About 37. So would today be 38? Oh. No, hasn't shown up. Okay. Please could you do me a favour? If you choose to do another order. You've done a few orders, so I'm just making an assumption, but feel free not to. If you do, in the comment, please could you put the order number that didn't arrive and just write a note saying Mel said put the order number here that didn't arrive, and then we will send that out again. Coming from a Danish citizen, this chat definitely doesn't belong to them, but would be interesting to hear what they would think. I'm not a really big monarchy kind of gal though, so I can't say I'd be too fussed. Thank you, no problem. I was already planning, very cute. But I can have in the background. I'm more than okay. Thank you though. UPS stole his mail merch. They did. Sag. Yeah, it's not too sensitive, which is quite nice, isn't it? Who? Punisher, have I accidentally done another cosplay again? Who? Who has copied me? Maybe. Damn. Not again. It's very okay. I actually never edited that video. I've just remembered. God, I hope this makeup look works out. Indeedy! I have to use caps a lot for work and I'm on my work machine. It's alright, Queen. I mean, if you want attention, you can just say it. You're getting a new PC tomorrow? What were the requirements, Les Banana? Four hours of stream, 4 days, 3 average viewers for 4 different streams. Okay, and then that, is that to get affiliate or just to get emotes? Affiliate, okay. Wow, now if you ever go to TwitchCon, your badge is going to say affiliate and not community. Oh, got you. So you can only use them within your channel. Also need 50 followers. I actually don't know. Yeah, I don't get... yeah, no, fair. Did you see what happened, not last year, the year before at Rotterdam? Loads of people had like sickness and diarrhea and it was like food poisoning. And where they were trying to pinpoint like what it was, where somebody had eaten, so then everyone could warn each other. And then somebody pointed out that everyone had seemingly got norovirus. Awful. I am so surprised I managed to miss that, because some of the people who were posting about how bad they were, I had seen and I had spoken to. I think because I was able to probably stay like behind the scenes a lot more. But whoa, God, I'm so lucky I didn't catch that. That's the same year Ginny had that barbecue. I feel so sorry for her every time she does one of these barbecue things. If you guys have never seen Ginny TTY do she usually after like a convention, she's like, oh, let's have a barbecue in the park with, you know, some of the fans and like followers, etc. And she cooks like the meat, and everyone like seemingly won't eat it because it's like raw. And this seems to happen every single time. Yeah, do you know these like disposable barbecue things? She buys one of those and she buys a bunch of stuff. I know, Queen, I know she's so... And a lot of the time she cooks it and everyone's like, don't eat that. Honestly, I'd be the same. I'd be like, oh my God, don't worry, I totally brought something. It is, and that's the thing. I feel so sad for her because she's like trying to do this like cute, nice thing, but like clearly because of her very active, amazing, different lifestyle, she doesn't get a lot of practice in. I'll sacrifice my weekend and eat it. Kyle, you're like, oh, you know what? You're really nice. Well, this is me now. I don't know if a lot of people do eat it actually, but yeah, I feel a bit bad for her. Yeah, she has a different lifestyle, you know, and with that, she hasn't had a lot of practice. Sneak in a second bar. You to finish. Just bring a lighter and just cook it on the side. Hi 0 Hour, how are you doing? Because of the thing that seems to have happened where people are just used to watching people on stream and they aren't talking to the public anymore. Oh, really? Yush, thank you very much. Thank you very much for 23 months. You just woke up from a nap. Oh, nice. I hope you feel well rested. I was going to go on one of them because I was like, oh, why not? But then where she was saying where it was a little bit further out. And I was a bit like, oh, no. No. I thought it was like just like going to be like around there. And I was like, oh, yeah, why not? And then I was like, no, actually, that's a little bit further. You're used to covering extreme distances. Okay. I'm in these shoes. Really? Oh, bless her. Like I've said, she doesn't get to put a lot of practice in. I wonder how like she generally feels about a lot of the traveling, because I think it must be exhausting because like she's like never home, right? And I feel personally that when I've been traveling for like just over 2 weeks, I kind of miss just being in one area and not moving around all the time, and every meal I have to purchase. It feels quite a lot. I wonder if it's different with like, if she just feels differently, or I know obviously her whole lifestyle is completely different, but I get a bit like, oh. Maybe you're right. I will say though, one of the things that I really, really admire about Ginny, almost to the point of envy, is like, I was thinking about it the other day, I was like, there isn't a lot you haven't done. And at such a young age, That's amazing. You've seen so much of the whole world. You've done so many experiences. You've attended so many things. I just think that's amazing. Like, to be able to do that and still do it. And she just sees so much. Like, the amount of stuff she's done is crazy. Yeah, right, Queen. It's really amazing that you get to travel every day, but I don't know how much you've done, Queen, but I do find it quite exhausting being like, where am I going today? Where am I going to be staying? Where am I going to get food? How am I getting there? I've got to carry this stuff, and that just being every single day, because it feels like if you just chill out, it feels like a waste of a day. Like when Ghost and I were in Langkawi, we would be like, today we're just going to like sit by the pool, we're just gonna sit on the beach and we're just gonna rest and relax. And honestly, I think we managed one day like that. Every other day that we tried to do it, we were just like, oh, like maybe we should go like do this thing. Like, you just kind of get a little bit, not bored, but you think like, oh, we should just be doing something. With the same spots, but like, she's always going to, yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you know where you want to go, like when I would go see my family who used to live in Virginia, it would be like, oh, you know, let's do kayaking again. Like, we've done that so many times. It's really fun. We have fun every time we do it. And we'd do that. And then we'd be like, you know, we'd go to do something different every so often, but we'd kind of do some bits that were similar. I just, oh my gosh, it's like when it's new, it's like, okay, I gotta find like so-and-so to do this, and I feel like I'm always, I don't want to say I'm glued to my phone, but I feel quite glued to trying to figure out, researching what I need to be doing, what I need, just constantly figuring things out. I just think it's amazing what she must do, but to me that sounds exhausting. The internet does make it a bit easier. Without Google Maps and stuff, it would be a nightmare. Yeah, like think about trying to do that like 30 years ago. God, I remember when my mum and dad would be like driving and then the road map that you'd have to like unfold. And people used to try and read a road map while driving. Imagine that now. You'd be like, what are you doing? Yeah, exactly. And you try and figure out where you were. And that was just like normal. Goodness. Printing out a map on MapQuest. I don't know what MapQuest is. Is that like a map that would tell you where to go, like roughly, and then you'd follow that on for like your route, like you'd map your route in it, and then print that out and take that with you? Before Google Maps, yeah. So is that how you would use it? Like, try and get something to teach you how to get from A to B. It was the site to go to before Google Maps. Got you. It really bothers me when you can see the waterline. So much better. turn-by-turn directions. Oh my gosh, like it listed it out for you. Oh my gosh. Yeah, because then what do you do if there's a road closure? Pain. I can't decide if I should do like a black lipstick or like a gradient kind of a thing. Let's try. Thank you so much, Princess. Thank you. Oh my god, you liked it? It was so silly, wasn't it? Whilst we were driving, wow. I remember when I went on a trip to London with my parents and my grandpa. That was a long time ago. And my dad had this like map of, no, it's like a leaflet of Buckingham Palace, and he was teaching me how to use a map and trying to figure out where you were and how you use that to get. And I remember like I struggled with it at first because of the pacing. I thought that we would be passing things quicker, but yeah, and then that's how he taught me how to use it, and now it feels like, yes, in the event of like everything completely fails and something disastrous happens, I can use map. It feels weird that it feels outdated, but I don't feel like it's outdated, but it feels weird that it is. Oh my gosh, Zero, you must have been exhausted. Kyle, this isn't relevant, like this is not relevant, but it reminded me. Did you guys see that video that I posted on my on my Instagram stories of I think it was like someone's grandma, and they were doing this like birthday thing. And it's really scary, but when you know everything's okay, it's really funny. The like silent cluttering of everything coming down. Oh my god! Like oh my god, the way like it was like, you could see what was exactly what was gonna happen. But then somehow it was so much worse. My favourite part at the end was how you could see her just like walking out the door and leaving. Oh yeah, Kyle. You can see it at the end, she's basically like, she's gone. She's not interested. Someone else is dealing with it. It's not a problem anymore. Oh, Queen. I'm over it. There was a point where, because of that closed road, I followed another road, waiting to see if the road name I knew, and after a lot of hours, suddenly the town size didn't seem to be German anymore. Oh my gosh! My mum had a friend who they tried to be, they were very, very like wealthy, but they tried to be quite free spirited because they could be, right? Because they had the money to do it. And she was telling us about, okay, like some of you guys are really going to relate this. She was telling us about how they were driving in France and they didn't know where they wanted to go. So they just kept following signs. And they were like, we just decided to pick a place and just keep going until we got there. The sign that they kept following was Sortie, Sortie, S-O-R-T-I-E, which means exit. Yeah. She was like, after hours, we had to look it up, and then we were devastated to find out that we were just following exit signs. One really long trip. Honestly, it's impressive. You've got to hand it to them. That's an impressive thing. Of everything you've picked, that's the one that you picked. Okay. We're driving down the so it's like pages over K1 to 3/3 roundabout quickly because it's coming up. Whoa, yeah, that sounds like it would be really. Do you know what? I just think it sounds really, really stressful. There's no way. There's no way. That's not stressful. Ghost and I were watching this like. I don't want to say ancient because it's wrong, but it was like a BBC TV show from like 2001 or something about how they're gonna like about the future of cars and like GPS and etc. And it was really strange. They were talking about how there were these like computers set up along the side of the road that would signal and tell you like roughly where you are, and they were going to put these all over the UK, and then like it would signal to your car so your car would know what to do. But then I was like, but well, what happens when the road changes, because you lot change stuff? And then they're like, it would send a signal, and I was like, but this is only for like main roads really though, isn't it? You're not going to stick this down like country roads. And I was talking about all these like different things they had planned for like how they were going to make cars like have road mapping in them and stuff, and it was really, really like, damn. How everything really changed, and not like that at all. That's good. Recalculating. Hi, Tiger. How are you doing today? Just stay calm. That sounds so stressful. I just don't. No, absolutely not. There's no way I would. Like, I think I'd rather just get lost. What? But then there's nothing there but like just a massive hedge, and you're looking at it like, I don't know what you want me to do here. Okay, let me quickly film. quiet. It was at this moment the GPS knew. I'm hoping this is going to work out. Don't know if I should be adding clouds or not, because I don't know if it's going to be a bit distracting, but I'm going to try, and then maybe I can mute it down afterwards, because I don't want them to to take over everything. Let's just try, see what happens. For like I am aiming for a weathered look today. Are you allowed to share, Queen? Lightning from Final Fantasy. Somebody else mentioned that earlier, but I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. Not bad. I think it looks okay. One sec, Queen. Let me film this. I want to see. Let's imagine my name was Vicky. It's not. But somebody emailed me, started to say, hi Vicky, but wrote the equivalent of saying, hi Vitamin. They typed my name so bad that predictive text has done them dirty. Wow, okay. Gosh darn. Vitania's been called Vitamin before. The rite of passage. Hi everyone. I'm Microsoft Series 7, Mr. Croft, and Minecraft. But I learned that it's a bunch of Tomb Raider cartoons I've never heard of. Yeah, the one where it's like ranking them. I didn't really want to watch it because of the because I feel like I've consistently said that I don't really like it when people like say X Lara better than so and so, and it kind of looked like it was about that. So I didn't really want to watch it, to be honest with you. But it's nice that you learn a bunch of stuff. But they didn't say anything, I'm sad. Mean. Yeah. Oh, I felt awful on Instagram today, chat. I completely misread somebody's comment and I was like, I went on this like whole spiel. I was like, I thought they were saying, I'm trying to get AI to replicate this. I misread it. It was totally on me. And I thought that's what they were saying. And I was basically like, you know, please don't refeed myself today. I'm really like anti-generator. I really don't. I'd really rather like have nothing to do. I'm so sorry. Please do not. I'm really strongly crazy. And then like an hour later, I flicked through and I saw again and it said, imagine. And I was like, I've totally misread this entire thing. So I was like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I misread it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's the banner for the BlizzCon. Oh, cute! Honestly, super happy for her. Have you seen when she goes into like con crunch mode? Obviously she seemingly just disappears for a while. Understandable. One of the things that makes me laugh is her fans. They send her like 2 tons of chocolate. And I wish I wish I was joking. She videos all the chocolate she's been sent. She's like addicted to chocolate. And I look at it and I can't comprehend how one person can physically eat that much chocolate. And she's just showing like the amount. It's like bars and bars and bars. And she's like tipping out and she's like, wow, thanks so much. And she's like, wow, this really helps keep me going during the con, like during when I'm doing like costume cosplay con crunch, because you know I just really love chocolate. And I remember looking at it being like, how? Like I didn't think it was actually physically possible. Just work out like 12 hours a day. No, honestly. Next time, do you follow her on Instagram? Next time she posts about it, I'll see if I can like catch it in time. I don't use Instagram that much, but like oh, okay. Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed the video. Yeah, she's posted on her stories before, but like, wow. So I never see any of her posts. That's annoying. I think that about a lot of things, but I also find it really weird how like what shows up for me now. It feels to me like it's like grasping at straws, trying to show me certain things because I don't use it as much. I'm just looking up lightning for reference pictures. Let's hope this works out. Biscoff chocolate eggs. Like, are they like big Easter eggs or are they like mini egg kind of a thing? This makes me, oh, is a new thing you still paint? Can I paint it? Yes, you can. You're playing Tomb Raider tomorrow. I don't know. Tomorrow, Kirsten, my plan is to test crowd control with, yeah, it is, with Elden Ring to try and configure it because I realised there's some stuff I can't quite configure properly unless I'm live. And I was like, okay, so I think I've managed to get my save on it now, but I need to be live and to have like feedback from chat, like what's working and what isn't. So I want to try and make that work. That's what my plan is tomorrow, is to try and figure that out first. And Cobblestone, I don't know if I spoke to you about the book that you recommended. I thought, if I've already spoken about it to you, feel free to be like, you've already told me. I thought that the very beginning of the book was good. It became a lot more irrelevant to me personally. That doesn't mean this book was written for me only. Towards the end, when it was giving tips on parenting, because I'm clearly not the demographic for that. But I finished it regardless. The only thing that I did think that, no, there was two things that I think that the author, that I wasn't, it's the storm I'm doing on my face, chat. It's affecting Coverstone's internet. No, you're totally fine. I mean, it is what it is. It's not like you can control it. Okay, so there's two things that I was a bit like, about the author. And I am not at all. I'm very well aware that this person who's written the book has got more research. And who am I with no research to make criticism, right? I am very well aware of that. But no, I'm just kidding. And the only thing was, I felt a little bit like they didn't like video games, and that just came across with the way that they would speak. It felt like they just didn't like them. And I disliked the way that video games were spoken about as if there's only one category. And the reason why is because I do not feel, and I do not think, and I feel very strongly about it, that you can just simply say video games so-and-so, because there are so many different types of games. Mahjong Online is classed as a video game. Solitaire is classed as a video game. Brain Training is classified as a video game. Katamari is classified as a video game. Fortnite is classified as a video game. Candy Crush is classified as a video game. Like, they're all games, but they are so different. We've got things like the detective game, I can't remember what his name is, where you solve all those puzzles. There are so many, there's a lot which are very, very educational. There's some which are more based on being social, like World of Warcraft, having a group of friends or people. Nancy Drew. No, there was another one. Professor Layton. But I've seen Nancy Drew as well. And overall, I just don't agree that you can say video games are causing X, Y, and Z. I think it sounds like the author didn't really like video games, which to me suggests they don't really look too much into them. Fine. I don't care about golf, so I don't know how many different types of golf there are. Like, do you know what I mean? I don't know, but I just don't like, so that, I think that's completely fair. I just don't agree that you can necessarily say that. I think what the author was kind of meaning was these online, like Fortnite, Apex, Call of Duty, where you don't get to speak to somebody for long periods of time, and it kind of comes across as that you just swipe through loads of people, and then people become quite aggressive, because it seemed as though like they were talking about how rude a lot of people were online, because they only interact with these people for 10 minutes and then it changes round to another group of people. You don't get to know anybody, so it removes the social aspect, even though people are saying it's social. Yes, exactly. But I just felt like a few moments when they were speaking that they were basically like, video games not good. Now they did at one point kind of brush over like, but there's also some good things too. But personally, I felt like the language that they were using, I was a little bit like, you just clearly don't like games, but you can't just say video games. But I'm biased because I like video games, but I did think that a little bit. So I was a little bit like, it's like a minor thing, but it bothered me a little bit. The other thing was, I know there's been a lot of research about when the smartphone started coming out, when social media became like on your phones, etc. But there has been other research in a different part, in different places, which also shows that equality has, how equal societies are, has changed dramatically since the 90s. And that's one of the reasons why we've had a lot more problems with a lot of things. And so I think some of that is also responsible, and it's not only, I think together they've made quite a bit of a mess. However, obviously he was focusing on the smartphone and social media, but I don't think that's like 100% to blame. It feels like there's two different things which are happening, and maybe a bunch of other stuff as well. Because a lot of stuff has changed in the last 30 years to be extremely different, the things we rely on now. But one of the things that has drastically changed is how equal societies are in terms of like the distribution of wealth. So so the book I was reading about that, which has a lot of research against so many topics and etc., that a lot has changed, and it depends on like different countries and societies. So I think there was two things that have affected it, whereas in this case, and maybe they don't know about that, and that's totally fine. I think it was a collection of the two that's caused a lot of people to be very much affected by social media and smartphones. Yeah, it feels like a complicated web, but I definitely think there is a problem with, I definitely agree with them. The overall thing is kids being exposed to social media and smartphone, and social media, having a smartphone when they're very young is damaging. Full stop. That's clear. The research is clear. Then they were suggesting like things that you could do. It's just clear that it's a problem. The other thing I also wanted, the other thing that I wish the author had spoken more on is that adults are also very addicted now to their phones and to social media. Because I think I think it felt a little bit more like a parenting book in a lot of ways to me, which makes sense because we're talking about like younger generation, etc. So they're my points. They're the things that I took away. I agree with most of it, but that's just how I felt about the book. And I hope that's like, I hope they're fair things to say. But yeah, they were the only things where I was like, I would recommend reading The Spirit Level to anybody who's interested in understanding how society benefits from having more equality. Equality is in like the distribution of things like wealth and how that affects people overall, including mental health. It changes so much. And the people who wrote that book, they talk about this with like governments and trying to like help and change these things because overall it benefits everyone, including the rich. So I thought that was really, really interesting. They don't do social media until basic social skills have developed. Yeah. I think one of the things though is a lot of people kind of rely on certain things for an emergency, and a lot of parents say like, well, like, what if I need to get hold of my kid and my kid's at school? I'm going to ignore the US for obvious reasons we're not going to get into, but like in the UK, if I really needed to contact my mom, then I would go to the front desk and be like, I need to speak to my mom. So I think one of the other problems as well is that because of the drop in equality, we've got a more mistrustful society. So people just don't trust each other. And rightfully so in some cases. People just aren't as trustworthy of other strangers. So it's just changed. Like people who are like in their 50s and 60s now would be like, oh yeah, like I used to like do all this stuff by the time I was on my own, by the time I was like this age, and I used to go and do that. But then people don't necessarily do that anymore because they're like, God no, strangers from the outside. And it feels a little bit like that. So I think there's been a lot of things that have affected it. I don't always personally agree with the emergency one for kids at all times, because I think there's a lot of for and against stuff. I think it's then going to depend on age overall. So I don't know. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying like I've seen arguments for and against it, and I feel pretty mixed about it. I didn't hear him dismiss video games entirely, like how he highlighted the continuing addiction to video games. Yeah, no. I'm not saying he was like dismissive of them. I felt like some of the language he used around it showed his personal feelings around it, and I was getting a bit like, It's one about that experience. And tools need to be used responsibly. I think it just make important correlation to video games when there was a lack of social connection skills, lack of sleep, attention fragmentation. And yeah, it's definitely a book for parents and teachers. But no, I think it was more like the specific, like the language that he would use around it. And I was like, I can tell you just don't like it. That's what I was finding frustrating. And I was just a bit like, but you can't necessarily say this about, like, you can't just, I just don't agree that you can be like video games anymore. Or for a long time. You see what I mean? I think it was more like when they were talking about it, I was like, no, you just don't like it. And that was kind of bothering me. So that's why I feel like when people talk about, like, video games are bad, I think it's frustrating. Does education and preparation help young people for pre-socials? I want to help at a basis at outcome of studies. These studies are probably years in the making as is. Well, I mean, we're probably the test subjects for that sort of stuff, and really, aren't we? It's a big argument regardless, even in the US, because it's fairly recent that cell phones are so widespread. Yeah. There's also options like a burner phone. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I've missed a message. Do get yeah, right, Cobestone. And I think that was probably like, I think for a lot of us who play video games, I personally think we're very touchy about that subject. So I think when I hear anyone say anything about it, I get really like defensive about it, which also is why I feel a little bit like I'm probably biased. As soon as like when they're like video games, I'm like, what? So that's why I was like, I'm probably like a little bit like biased about it. So I think I probably like when the language was used, I was a little bit like, go on then. But that's such a personal, touchy thing that I think gamers have, because we've always had this rep that we're basically satanic because we like games. My mum's friend, almost 70 years old, wakes up at 6 a.m. and spends 3 to 4 hours searching or scroll back on Instagram, can't stop doing it. Adults, oh my God, my mum stresses me out so much. She was telling me she fell down the bottom of the stairs because she was looking at her phone. And I did lay into her, but I don't think it'll change. And I'm just kind of like, she's, when she comes to visit me, she's just always on her phone, she's always looking at her phone. When you hear video games on the news, it'll always an eye roll. Yeah, it really is, isn't it? It feels like an exhausting argument. So I think I was probably quite touchy about that, which is why I'm like, it's only small, it's such a tiny thing. But I noticed I kept being like, every time. So that's the other thing. But everything else, honestly, that they were covering, it was interesting to read. And it was good to read because I've been feeling funny about social media and phones. I think you guys have definitely picked up on it for a few years now. I've been a bit like, and I benefit off it quite strongly. And I've made it my job. And I think for me to also feel like, I don't know about this anymore. And yeah, there's a lot of studies that have been done that I believe it. I'm not saying that like I don't believe facts. Did I just disconnect? Oh my God. Duh. Am I still alive? Am I here? Ah! Yes, okay, everything said it was down. It said the amount of drop frames I just experienced was 7,768. So that's why I was like, what? Okay, let's just keep an eye on that. I've got my own, I usually keep my own stream open just to kind of like check. Sorry. I do think it's probably less anti-video games and it might come across. Also, it would be nice to hear him talk about more of the balance like for adults. But that's for another book. I appreciate you reading the book and taking the time to talk to me about it. That's really nice. I know you're reading it for your own interest. Yeah. Honestly, all I'm really focusing on is the stuff I didn't like. And that's not fair, because that's basically every review you've ever seen on the internet. Because people only have something to say with a review when they don't like something, really. And there's a lot of people who do like positive reviews, but it's a lot less, right? Because usually people are just happy with it and they move on with their lives with this new thing that they've got and they're happy. There was a lot of stuff that I thought was good and insightful. Basically, especially Too Long Didn't Read, for those people who don't want to know all the other stuff. When you get to quite an impressionable age, which is essentially like puberty for kids, there's a lot of stuff that can happen and they can do at that point, which really sticks with them. And one of them being, and in recent years, having access to things like Instagram and seeing all these people be like, you need to be using like retinol skincare by the time that you're like, oh my God, I'd be starting as young as possible. And also like, you need to be like doing a workout, and also like, you shouldn't be doing so-and-so. And also like, look at me, I'm taking all of this stuff and I'm on a liquid diet. And like that being shown, especially it was shown about like eating disorders to young girls, has a massive negative effect. Because then they already like are already comparing themselves. It's already hard enough to compare yourself against like your school peers, but now you're being shown things that aren't real online, and people with like these insanely perfect. You're just comparing and comparing. It's rough. So, and the same goes for boys as well. But I've forgotten some of the topics they were covering with that. But overall, yeah, it's bad. They shouldn't have access to having a lot of stuff. And they also need to be given a lot more responsibility at a young age. Not like, oh yeah, okay, cool, like now you can just do, you know, you can start paying the mortgage. Not at all like that. It's like trusting them to be part of the household and not overprotecting them from doing stuff because they might just mess up, because that's having an effect as well. But overall, like having smartphones and social media from a young age and having access to it is not good, and it's having a problem. It's causing problems. I agree with you, Kyle. That's essentially what the book has like talking about with the reports and with the studies. Is this stuff was bad before, but it's at an all-time low now. I think it's interesting. It's good. I think it's good I think it's good if you have kids in your life, maybe they're not yours. Like, I don't know, Carl, you've got a niece. And so I think having this information is very helpful. Like the thing of kids learning to make their own mistakes and giving a place. Yeah. Like, one of the things I actually really liked that the book was talking about was how some teachers were doing this. I think it was a teacher who helped him write the book at the end. And one of the teachers was doing this thing, and the homework, and I thought this was great. The homework was to, during that week, you have to do something new, and you can't have an adult do it for you, but it has to be something that you've never done before. That was one of his TAs, is a teaching assistant. It has to be like something you've never done before. So examples they were given was do the laundry. So then there's like these like 8-year-olds, and their mum would be like, this is how you would do it. Off you go. And it's nothing bad, like it's nothing terrible. It'd be like, go do the laundry. And then a lot of kids came away from doing things like weeding the garden, or like doing the laundry, saying they felt like they were part of a household, that they were contributing, that they felt less inclined that they were just going to mess everything up, so their mum might as well do everything. And that kind of homework, or like the homework would be like, I think for some of them that were a little bit older, would be like, could you just go pick up some bread by yourself from like that shop? And people were saying that like the parents wouldn't make it clear that they were kind of like keeping an eye on them, but they gave the responsibility, and then the kids would like grow up being a bit more like responsible. I can do that. I can learn how to do that. And then it helped the parents at home, because then they can be like, I don't necessarily have to worry so much about you doing the laundry or something. Right, great. Almost to me, to a point of like pain, I'd be like, oh, I don't want to do the dishes again. But like having something like that, so then they at least feel like they're contributing as well, instead of just, because apparently a lot of the reports from what kids were saying from like feedback and like not interviews, but like when they were writing stuff is, I'll just mess up. There's no point in me trying, I'll just mess up. So it was interesting, because like that's having taking away all responsibility from kids does also have an effect of being like, oh, I'm just gonna mess it up anyway, so I might as well not try. And it makes them a little bit like, Whereas being like, okay, I'm gonna trust you to figure out how to load this dishwasher. Please don't drop anything. Let me know when you're done, and then I'll show you how to turn it on. Tiny things. And like stuff like that, I thought was really interesting. So are coddled in ways they don't know better than their kids. I'm like, yeah. It talks about that a lot actually, Kyle. Because it was also talking, and I think this one, I can see the benefits, I can see why people get scared, but it was kind of talking about how like kids who have grown up climbing trees and falling out of trees are more likely to not be afraid to like climb a tree when they're older. It actually kind of helps. And somebody was saying like, we don't want anything to be, we want bruises, not scars, when like kids play, because they're more likely to be like, oh, but then it's fine. Like they know that it's actually going to be okay. But I also think that can be read in a different way, taken out of context. And I think some people would read that as like, oh, so you definitely think that kid, you know what I mean? I think like that's why it feels a bit difficult to talk about, because God, I don't want to see my child, he bruised it. And so it was discussing that, and I thought it was an interesting topic to cover, about like how even playgrounds are quite safe compared to what they used to be. It's just interesting. It was just interesting overall. But I mean, at the end of the day, like I also, for some bits, I was like, I mean, I don't know. I don't have kids. I don't know if I would be like this. I don't know what people are like. I don't know. I can imagine, but some of it I was like, okay, interesting. But I also completely understand that if I told Ghost's mum that his nephew should have bruises, I'm pretty sure I'd get like exiled from the family. So you know what I mean? Like, I think it's like it's just interesting like overall. But yeah, with bricklayer that I mess it up, but not with the dishes or doing the laundry. Like sometimes, you know, I mean, bricklaying is very hard. My mum didn't let anyone but her clean beyond wiping things down and vacuuming. So when I moved out, I had spent all my time doing like how to learn to probably clean at like 18. Yeah, completely fair, because you're kind of like, I don't know, and I could understand, you know, some stuff, but then you kind of feel a little bit useless, don't you? Sorry, I think I've missed a lot of stuff in chat. Notice that how slides aren't metal. The kids don't know the fun horror pain of speeding down a metal slide in the middle of summer with your skin missing. And yeah, yeah. And I'm not saying we should bring that back and melt skin, not at all. But it was discussing how things have changed. And it was just interesting. I just thought some stuff was like seeing, you know, just interesting. Deep cleaning the bathroom for the first time was wild. Let's be honest, you have to be so careful as well that you don't totally take yourself out mixing those chemicals in the bathroom. Building resiliency and shielding people from discomfort. Yeah, because a lot of it was like, we don't want to hurt their feelings. It was kind of talking about like, I felt like a lot of some of it was like participation award. It's okay to lose. Okay. But some of it was like touching upon that. I felt like it was kind of like in that era, and I was like, it's interesting. I thought it was an interesting book, to be honest with you. A few things which I was like, I don't know about that in particular, but overall I felt like I learned a lot. But I mean, I know I've just basically sounded like I've only focused on bad stuff. How closely your parents watch and how confident you are. I think it depends on a lot of stuff, but overall, I would recommend the book. I think it's interesting. I do think I probably let my personal feelings of like, what about video games get in the way a little bit upon reading it. But I think it's good if you've got, I think it's good in general. Okay. I would say the first half of the book is good in general if you don't have kids in your life and are interested in it and don't have any intention to have kids in your life. I think the whole book is good if you do have kids in your life. Because I think towards the end it was kind of like giving more feedback on raising kids a bit more. Is it still? Mine says it's good. Is it still struggling? It's okay. Every once in a while. I don't know why. I assumed it was okay because I've got it up as well. Well, let's see. I can always try and reboot the stream if it's still bad. Shall we just give it like 5-10 minutes and see how it goes? Let me just quickly record this and then I'll read what you're saying, Carl. Alright. I remember being like, I was at the pool party, my sister was playing softball during the summer, so they had the under-season party. One of the parents was yeeting kids into the pool. I got in line thinking I could swim. I couldn't. Went happily into the deep end. The poor parent had to dive in when I didn't come. My mom and dad were teaching them and was like, guess who needs swimming lessons? Ah! Yeah, you're like, this swimming thing looks easy. Oh! Do you know one of the things I always find crazy is when people say that, like, if you put a baby in water, they just automatically know to like hold their breath and swim. I know somebody who did that. What people say the outcome is will happen did not happen, and it was extremely stressful and harrowing. So I'm just gonna say maybe don't try that. No, the rate of like 80% swimmers or something. Yeah, I feel like it was just like a known thing. But I'm assuming I grew up without social media phones. I agree with you, Theo. I'm so glad I didn't grow up with like having it as like a norm. Now someone tried that with a baby to come up with the idea. Yeah. So simple in the UK. I've never really thought about it. I think a lot of them have been filled in. But I think a lot of them, like, they work with a swimming pool club now. And prove that to be false. Okay, Kyle, you said that you couldn't swim. I felt at a certain time, like after an hour or two, as in after birth, not for an hour. No way. From the people who I've heard that from, that they did not include that information. Do you know what, Mystique? Quite a few people have said that to me today. I don't know what that is. I mean, probably. Yeah, I was talking to somebody the other day, and they were saying like that they knew somebody who would say that they didn't put any parental controls on the internet. The kids, I think, are about between 5 and 10, 3 of them. And if they ended up watching a scary video, that's their fault. That was their mother that was saying that. And yeah. I know, right? And we were discussing it like, what's her job as a mother then? Do you know, Elizabeth, you know, you always make really good points very quickly. Yeah, I was just maybe a little bit speechless, to be honest. I didn't really know what to say. I was like, wow, I don't know what to say about that. Yeah, I know, that's what I thought. But clearly, here's the thing. If one person thinks that, then there's probably more. And by some of the comments I used to get on social media, there's just kids all over it. Like, all over YouTube, some of the comments I would get would be absolutely ridiculous, but it would be obvious that it's come from a kid. That's the thing that I was finding so confusing. Like, why are you looking at this? Because I don't know if you guys know, but when you upload something to YouTube, it asks you, is this video designed for kids? And I say, no! So that's why I was like, why are all of these like, thanks so much, Donut. So I was like, why are all these like kids watching and commenting my stuff, and then I realised that like they've clearly got no parental controls on anything that they're doing, and they're just like they've just been like let loose. I think that means if they're going to put it on YouTube Kids or not. While I agree with you, Les Banana, I agree with you. They have that data because I have to tick it or untick it. So it's beyond me why that data would not then be, why that would not then be used to not show stuff to like people under the age of like 15. That's to me was like the thing, was like, that's so weird. Because some people are very aware. Well, I mean, there's a discussion that a lot of people have, really, isn't it? Because the amount of testing that you have to, and like interviews and stuff that you have to go through to adopt a child, but anyone can just, it's it that I think that's an interesting take. Oh, don't you listen on me. I do not agree with my sister-in-law's parenting about active aunties. Let them figure out life so they can feel free. But she does control their screen time. There's 2 girls 12 are not used to phones and tablets, and just some TV time here and there. And so they love to paint, create, and make music, and I really love that. That's really nice. Yeah, at least there's like something. But yeah, it's I mean, I think that a lot of people, including myself, and I mean, I'm not. Sometimes I worry about talking about it because I don't want it to come across as like I've changed because I'm so righteous. You, however, aren't as righteous as me. I'm so worried when I talk about this stuff that it's going to come across that way. I really don't mean for it to, but like, that's kind of one of the things. I was feeling like it was a bit weird, and that's why I was like, I've got to stop doing this. Like, I need to get off these sites. I don't like using my phone anymore. It feels weird now, like knowing how addicted I was to it, and like knowing how many friends I had that were addicted to their phones. Are you a makeup artist when you aren't streaming? No, I'm just self-taught. I just play. But yeah, so I never wanted to like go across that way, because that's definitely not how I feel about it. But there's definitely some real problems with the way things are going and have gone with it, or it's gotten out of control. How's the stream? Is it holding up, or is it still bad, chat? Oh, okay. Little freeze frames. Would you guys be comfortable with me restarting? Quickly, I might just give it a quick reboot. No! Do you have any formal art training? No. I studied art at one point, but I need you to know that wasn't, they didn't teach you how to draw. They just ask you what you want to do, and then you go off and do that 1,000 times until you feel like it's good enough. And then they come back and be like, okay, try another project. That's what some of it is like. And they teach you like concept. When people do like, yeah, so Cobblestone, what a lot of people don't actually understand is when you go to art school, there's different ones. And hi, Striking. Here's the thing, and it's fair if you know what the difference is, but going into it, a lot of people don't. The main thing is about artwork is that it's extremely conceptual based. When you study artwork, it's basically like a visual form of philosophy, and you learn about what art represents conceptually. When you understand that, you appreciate artwork in a way that, I think it was working a few minutes ago. When you understand that, you appreciate artwork, and you, honestly, it's frustrating to me when people don't like certain artwork, especially if it's a performative thing, if it's something in the, let's go, Theo, if it's something in the Tate Modern, people are like, it's a banana taped to a wall. But like, regardless of what it is, it still holds some kind of conceptual idea, because a lot of artwork kind of like hinges on a bit more like philosophical base. If you study art history, a lot of art history is not like, And then Michelangelo did this for a few years, and a lot of art history is showing like visual representation throughout even ancient history, and then shows how we can use artwork and visual means from things like Tutankhamun's throne chair to show as like a piece of artwork that we appreciate. What can this actually tell us about the time period? That's different. Where if you want to know how to be a really good artist, you have to find artists that you like and learn from them, and you have to put painstaking practice in, and an art degree is not really going to give you that. Art degrees teach you concept. And you do projects, you do art projects there, but to me, I find it really boring and really annoying when people are like, oh, but like this artwork, like I could have done that. I mean, all they've done is like tape a banana to the wall. Like it's not real art. It is. It's just that you're not seeing it for what it actually means in a lot of cases. And then usually when I say that, people are like, what does it mean then? Tell me. Yeah, you're such a smart ass. Why don't you tell me? And then I think it just goes to show like it's quite a closed-minded thing. But artwork is it's usually what it represents. Like there's a lot of stuff with artwork that I think is a lot more powerful than people say, and some artwork makes itself. It's a very different discussion. It's a very different kind of degree. That's what art degrees will teach you, is the idea of concept, is the idea of how you get something to represent, you know, something meaning something else. Very philosophical, which is fine. It's totally fine. But if you want to learn how to draw, then you go to a drawing workshop. And you sit at home and you draw, and you draw, and you draw, and you draw, and you cry about it, and you draw, 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 and you draw. And guess what? You keep drawing. That's how they work. Watch YouTube videos, recreate. You're still kind of practicing a drawing. Do I draw? You would draw. If you want to get good at drawing, guess what? You have to draw. There's no like, damn, you know, like I watched this one thing and it basically like gave me like the code to like input in my brain, and suddenly I could just draw, like I could draw anything, like I was amazing. That's not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. Maybe you could fluke something, but if you practice, you'd look at that one fluke that you did from like 15 years ago and you think, Jesus, that was shit. Yeah. Exactly. So that's why to me it's always painful when someone goes to the Tate Modern and they're like, it's terrible. Somebody just flicked some paint on the wall and they were like, it's like I could do that. But like when you actually look into it, it's probably depicting like hard emotion that they, you know, I mean, it's depicting something, like it's talking about something, or like you can look at different types of, you can look at a lot of things and be like, actually, this is quite telling of the time. Like from this time period, there was so much artwork that was focused on pain. And maybe it would be like, wow, like that tells us a lot of the time period of like when we had just come out of the war. Like a lot of people were feeling hopeful, but a lot of people had a lot of loss. And they felt like you can think that's the greater thing that people don't necessarily comprehend with artwork. And it's very, very deep. It's very, very conceptual. But yes, if you want to learn how to draw and do something, then you have to go to workshops and learn from artists that you like. Or you can watch videos that people put online for free. What you can't do about it is find an artist that you like and ask if they can do free tutorials when they don't do any free tutorials, and then get annoyed when they say that they can teach you how to do artwork for to pay for their workshops, and then get angry at them because now you have to pay for their workshops, because you can't want to be a successful artist, and when an artist that you deem successful is like, I'll teach you how to do it with a tutorial, with like a workshop for some money, you can't turn around and be like, no. You can't do that, because that's how they're earning their money. And like free tutorials online is a relatively new thing over the last 20 years. You can find a tutorial, yeah, I know, but like, you can't get mad at that. That's so foolish. That's really bad. If someone's gonna, you know, if you want to learn from somebody and they're gonna offer a thing, then you learn from that, and that's fine. That's no problem. You can't get mad about them for it. in the same vein of like, I do this, but like, just teach me how to paint like 10 hours a day for free. Right? Just me specifically. But yeah, overall, that's the difference with like art degrees. I genuinely do think that if people want to like understand how to like run art as a business, then you'd probably be better off studying something like business studies or marketing, and then in outside of that, learning how to draw and becoming an artist and practicing is how you would actually go about doing it. Because it's shocking to me when you see a lot of people be like, I'm going to be a successful artist, but they don't even know what break even means. And you're like, well, you've got to learn how to run a business first. It's what made guitar accessible. Right. And so you've got to practice. It's like you can't just be good at it. Okay, are we still freezing? I regretted not studying business until I did when helping somebody else study business. Yeah. I think one of my main takeaways from studying business was I'm able to tell real quick when I'm working for somebody else, when things are going downhill and I need to get out, or what something kind of means. And like being able to predict something that's probably going to happen within the company, because you understand what they're probably talking about in these meetings. And that you can start seeing things and be a bit like, okay. Like, if anything, it's also helpful for that. And I'm not going to be like, here are the 5 signs that you can, it's just some things that you start picking up on because you've studied business and you're like, okay, that doesn't make sense for that. It makes sense for this though, which means I'm going to go. So I need to get out now. It's stuff like that. Or being like, well, we're losing clients because of X, Y, and Z. Some of it's probably common sense, but other bit there's like genuine, interesting, valid things about it. Bye-bye. We need to do some research. Run! Yeah, or like even seeing them like spend less money on certain things. And you can be like, but why? And you can be like, okay. Like, you know what I mean? Like you can, like, and I know that's an obvious one, but like it's the only example I can think of right now. Some stuff you're just like, seems a bit funny to me. Sorry, should I restart the PC? Are you cool for me to try and reboot? Is it still freezing? Go ahead. You think is it still freezing up? All right, chat, I'm just gonna reboot my PC. I'll come back. When companies never pay much attention to their expensive, and then you get like the why are you? Right, I'm gonna reboot, okay? To try and see if I can stop it from freezing. I'll just do a complete reboot of the PC to see if that helps, okay? Bye. Hi. Oh my god. Hi, I've gone back too. Thank you very much. Thank you. to like dig out all my reference photos again soon. They do! I don't know what happened the other day. If it was yesterday, I can't remember. Don't! There's banana! Ah! 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 It's so funny. She makes me laugh. She's just seemingly just does whatever. You know, one of those people that you see and you're just like, all right. Chat, wouldn't it be fun if we accidentally managed to get Les Banana to partner? We just keep turning up because Les Banana really wants to use loads of emotes. It's so funny. Accidentally start Les Banana's new career. Can you imagine if we did? Did not like that. Oh, sorry. It looks like I'm still getting some drop frames from my feedback. What does my Twitch account say? It says it's excellent feedback from, I don't know. Are we just having a rough day? It looks okay to you? Okay. Gotta look moldy. Yeah, sorry to dip out like that and reboot the stream. Overall, art is hard. No one can really like just teach you how to be a successful artist. I think a lot of people have a lot of wrong understanding about studying artwork. No, yeah, oh my god, yeah, I can understand. No, you're totally fine. It apparently was dropping, hi by the way, it apparently was like dropping a lot of frames every so often and kept freezing, so I just restarted the entire PC. But too long didn't read. If you want to be good at something, you've got to practice no matter what. It's the same way of like, if you want to get shredded, you need to practice. I know it's so nice to see these machines that electrocute you while you sit there watching TV. But that's just not, it's just... Yeah, fingers crossed. makeup before. I thought I've never done it before. I did it for that Thor thing. That water. I forgot about that. The lightning looks cool. Thank you. I'm pretty undecided of how I'm gonna do the chest because what I don't want is it to look really bare, but the lightning has to come from somewhere. Don't know. I'll have a look again in a minute. Chat roulette of the potato? No, I don't think so. Oh, I was really kind of like, I think I've been a bit silly. I think my dinner's here. I think I've been a bit silly, chat. I got really frustrated and I got really sad because I was really, really happy with my mouth and eyes videos to do my voiceovers to explain what I was doing. When I got a bunch of people saying I was really annoying and that they didn't want to watch it, but they were like, you're clearly AI. I'm like, what in the AI is it? And I was really like, they're like, oh, you can just watch, you can just see it and tell she's annoying. And I was like, okay. I was annoyed by, yeah, I was just like, oh my God. Once again, I can't win. Because I was like, damn, that's so brutal though. Because like, people were telling me that they didn't like the lip syncing videos, which I'm still gonna do them. I'm still happy with them. So fine. Okay, so then they're like, just do tutorial videos. So I do tutorial videos, but my tutorial videos are very like, they're very dry because I'm trying to explain something. Okay, and so at least with this one, it looks silly and and like it matches the video, and now I can recycle loads of videos. And then I was just like, oh, I can't win. People like, and then people like, you should put your personality in videos more. So I do, and I find something that doesn't cover up half of the video. I was just like, damn, like, oh, it was brutal. I think I let it get to me a little bit today, you know. I keep doing it. I think I will because also I edited 21 videos that I haven't posted yet. So honestly, I'm not letting that go to waste. Oh, so you had Twitch. Oh, thank you so much, Eric. Hi, welcome on in. Basically, everything you've ever seen, I've done it live here. This is some of my other stuff. I'm trying to encourage more people to follow me on Twitch especially. I think there's quite a few people that have come from Imgur. I always pronounce it wrong, by the way, from Imgur to Twitch. And I'm really happy when people do because I think most people realise I'm a real person. 21 more! Yesterday I spent most of my day shouting about my old videos. 1 more hour until midnight. Oh my God, you panicked me there, Hulk. When you said 1 more hour, I thought to midnight. I thought you meant like because my online shop, and I was like, oh my God, I haven't got it ready. I'm annoyed by you being annoyed. I know, right, Xavier. I think because I was so happy because I felt like I had like figured it out, and then to just suddenly just, you know what? I know it's not right, but I was 100% like, oh, I felt so defeated by it because it's taken me so long to try and figure out how to do it, and then I felt really defeated. And I know it's wrong. I know I have to ignore it, and I know this is the internet. I've been doing this for like 15 years. But I think it's when you're like so happy about something and then someone totally like pours water all over your bonfire and you're a bit like, what? Do you know what I mean? I was feeling, I know it was silly, but I was just like, exactly, Biz. It was like, you should be well yourself. So I do, and people are like, oh my God, this looks so annoying. You're clearly AI. And somebody did point out that like these kinds of filters have been around way before when. So I was like, oh, I just annoyed myself because I let it get to me and I was just like, okay, cool. I don't win. Your music track, I should watch it on mute for the view. Watch it on mute for the views. Help me out. I know, they were so miserable, right, Queen? I was just like, ugh. But is Instagram truly ready for Mel? No. Think of the best movie you've ever seen, and then just know that there's so many. There must be so many. Yeah. Well, I thought it was fun. It's clearly not some new kind of. Yeah, right. Exactly. It felt like. I just felt like I could be more me in it. I'm gonna carry on doing it, but I did feel a little bit defeated today, and I was a bit like. But yeah. But I know that there's enough people that find it silly and find it funny. So I was like, okay, I find it fun. It's so much easier for me to do as well. Because doing a voiceover before, I used to like trip over myself trying to explain every step. And at least with this one, I can also be like, this was really fun. Because I feel like that's more me on Twitch. Like, you know what I mean? Whereas I've always had this really weird change, like when you go on social media and then like I feel like my personality looks like I'm a different person, and I've really hated that, but I've not known how to do it because most of the time it looks like you've put it on because you think you're being really funny for a video, and obviously like you guys know that's not true. I'm just a suitcase sometimes, and so I was just trying to be like, how can I do this without making it look like it's performative or making it look like it's fake? And so that's why I'm going to carry on doing it for a while unless I figure out something else. But I was really annoyed. I know, it was exactly. It's just being silly on the video, isn't it? And yeah. But I totally was like, I didn't cry, but I was just like, I'm gonna log off. Okay. When you first posted the eyes and mouth, I laughed and honestly thought, oh, these people who don't know Mellorin. Okay. I'm glad. I'm really glad. Do you know what's so great about it though, that I've really rediscovered that I'm really happy about, is so many of my old videos I can now just like talk over and you know, kind of reuse them. I've like found that it's great because now I can recycle them in a way that I can just film this thing over the top. I'm just chatting for like half a minute, and then just stick that over the top, and then like it's good. It feels like it's like refreshed it a little bit. And you guys know I've done like 1,000 videos, so. Yeah, so I was like, it'll be good. It'll be good to like redo it and use those. So I mean, I've done 21 videos and no being posted. I don't care. But I was a bit like, okay. Exactly right, Zero. Well, not like, oh yeah, I've done so many amazing things, but I think it's good to like showcase, because I saw one comment today and it made me laugh because they were like, have you ever tried doing any other stuff? I've never seen any UV stuff from you. And I remember thinking like, huh? Because obviously I know that I've done loads of UV stuff and you guys know. However, people who are new to my stuff have like, they probably can't find it. So it's good to repost stuff. Hi Dusty, how are you doing today? And generate a video as fun as like, I hope so. We're gonna try tomorrow to test it out. My only thing is, I don't think there's a lot of slots available to do channel points. I thought you could swap them all out for channel points, and it seems like you only get 3 channel point slots. So that's why I want to do some tests tomorrow. I mean, you can pay for like the Super Pro subscription and then have like 50, assuming you don't already have 50 channel point slots already used up. So it takes what you've already done, minuses that, and then, so I was like, okay, so that's why I was a bit like, oh no, it might have to be real money. I was trying to change it to be just channel points. So we need to do some tests tomorrow with the channel points to see what we can do. Okay. Okay, Zero. Yeah, not with it. I mean, I don't want you spending so much money on it. What was I going to say? Let's just run some tests tomorrow, see what we can change and figure out. I'll just need your help trying to configure it and see what works and what doesn't. It's my first time properly using it, so we'll all just have to be a bit patient while we figure out how it works, you know? Same biscuit. I feel like I remember the overlay, but I've also never been on the other end of like all doing it. And like figuring it out and setting it up, so that's why I'm a bit like, ugh. I also saw I can't check things unless I'm live. Specifically, I think because I can add 3 channel point things, but when I go live, then they appear on the stream when I'm playing with crowd control. When I'm not live with that, they disappear, apparently. It's like an auto thing. Cool. That's great. But that means that when I'm offline, I can't double check everything. So that's why I was like, I need to go live, and we just need to try and like figure it out. Smashing, thank you so much. Okay, yeah. I didn't know you could do that. Maybe there's a setting I need to change to do that then, Zero. Not until I get 1 million. Kyle, have you ever seen a crowd control stream before? Okay, Zero, that's good. We'll do that. I'll try and do it beforehand. We'll see then. We channel points for some of her streams. Yeah, I want to, because I also thought like it would be so, I'd feel so awful. I was hoping to do a charity stream with it, but it's wrong to me to do a charity stream and you guys use bits which then go to me and instead of the charity. And then I know people are like, oh, but you know, you take that and then you would donate it, but then it all goes through like being taxed through me. You see what I mean? It needs to go directly to Tiltify or something. So that's why I was like, I don't want that to go to me if we end up doing, so I thought it'd be really cool to do that. So that's why I was like, it should be channel points so that you guys aren't actually spending money on doing so. So yeah, that's why I was a bit like, oh, I think I was probably just like getting myself a little bit confused as well. Art the Ride the Lightning. Oh, I should have a look. I don't remember that one. Right, Poochie. I have seen it. I just didn't know that's what it was called. On how to get USD. Oh my gosh. You're so silly. No, you don't have to at all. Carl, you're going to see me play Elden Ring and be like, actually. It would go really well with the Aussie paint. You're so right. Where are the buttons? What am I doing? Sometimes I'm like, just take the hit and start again. Oh my god. And before I become a soul streamer, chat. Soul streamer, but exclusively for crowd control. Thank you so much, Eric. I hope you like the emotes. They're all Lara Croft. Except the ones that aren't. But for legal reasons, they're not Lara Croft at all. The lightning effect is so cool. Thank you so much. Thank you, Keeping. How are you doing today? It's a miracle that we got you to try Elden Ring. You're right. Legal reasons, it's not Lara Croft. I'm good. I was starving, so I'm really happy to be eating my dinner right now. I want to do some more Lara Croft paint. You know the ones where I paint on the chest, like the cover of the game? Like this. I want to do some more of those soon, I think. I was feeling a bit uncomfortable with the idea of doing it because when I came back from holiday, I felt so out of practice. I was like, I do not even know how I would even do that. But I'm ready to try again. That's gonna be hard. Oh my god. I'm so excited. I already struggle to choose what my desktop background's gonna be. It's gonna be impossible. Oh, I'm going to my parents' house tomorrow, so I'm gonna pick up two minute statues. I got them sent there because I was on holiday. I'm so excited. I prefer Dark Souls to Elden Ring. I think Joel's saying that it's better for newbies because it's more linear, but then again, I don't care for the massive open world games. I've heard that. I've heard that Elden Ring is like the easier one out of all of them. And when I heard that, I was like, but I've been playing Elden Ring. What do you mean? It's the easier one. What could you possibly mean by that? But I appreciate it's just like the nature of the game. He was like, bet. What did he do to the game to try and make it harder? Yeah, maybe like lowering the health and making the stamina worse. Dark Souls 3. Oh, that's the one. heard. Is Bloodborne the PlayStation one? What the hell's going on with my phone? Huh? Oh my god, it's vented. They're so annoying. I send you so many notifications, but I'm too scared to turn them off. What's his favourite people? It's been ages trying to figure out what it does. It does nothing. It's just a big troll. Chat, I forgot to tell you, this week, Ghost stole our wheelie bin back. Realised I forgot to tell you earlier. Queen is so annoying! It did what? Like, just tell me! He went down... I think he went down the street as well and looked at whose bin, like, had claimed that the bin, we found out it's the neighbour that was being mean to us. Anyway, so Ghost wrote on our bin. Very scandalous. Elden Ring, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3. Okay, so the banana is just a god. Hi, Star Wars lady! How's your project? Yeah, 0. I hope he moves. Star Wars, did they chat? Okay, Les Banana, got you. We play Elden Ring differently. Look. Some of you lot, and this isn't, I'm not trying to say this is a bad thing, because I'm so happy that you're here. Some of you lot are clearly new here. And you haven't seen some of the extent that I play games where I make it a lot harder for myself than it needs to be by pure accident. And I don't really know what I've done. And my chat has to be the one to be like, you really shouldn't have done that. That, you can't undo that. So, you'll see with time why maybe I don't play a lot of Souls-like games. You'll see what I mean. Yeah, the Mel mode, examples of Mel mode in some cases. Elden Ring, the guy with the bouquet of flowers at the beginning, I thought he was being a bit disrespectful, so I punched him. Enough times that he hated me throughout the entire game. And I had to go pray to this sacred turtle for forgiveness so he'd leave me alone. Because he really got me. the only person in all of the Elden Ring land that can cook food to increase your health, I thought was a thief, so I killed him too. Because I was like, leave this woman alone. So I killed him. To then find out afterwards he's the only person in all the lands that could cook. Other ones which are completely my own fault because I'm so forgetful was I played all of BioShock without realising that you could buy more superpowers until the last possible second of the game. So I played all of BioShock on essentially.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. If you got here with the gift of sub, please don't forget to seal thank yous. Thank you. To then find out, I basically played that on extreme default, and then I totally managed to. Well, then I defeated the bad guy in about 4 seconds. David, thank you very much. Thank you. I hope you love the emotes. Dead Island, I didn't know about the rage. Again, I defeated that final boss because I pressed rage by accident. Didn't know what was happening. Punched him off the building, seemingly. And he just died. And we can't forget. Oh my god, so bad. The evil within. Thank you very much. Thank you. The evil within. I was in tears, and I didn't mean like happy tears. I was like on the borderline. I was really ready to cry. Chat was trying to help me. We were blaming the devs, which we shouldn't be doing. But I think chat was trying to make me feel better. Because I couldn't defeat this thing. I've been doing it for like 2 hours and I wanted to cry. And chat was trying to be really nice to me and there just wasn't enough ammo around. This was chapter 10 out of 15 on The Evil Within, which to be honest should have ended at chapter 12. To then find out the reason why there's no ammo anywhere was because throughout the entire game I was meant to craft it. And I didn't know why I wasn't really finding a lot of ammo. So when I had a weapon in my hand to conserve the ammo, I would just hit people with it. Because I was trying so hard. So my stats on The Evil Within, my punching ability was absolutely unreal, through the roof. Like I could knock someone out, which I needed because I didn't know that you could craft mines when it came to the invisible enemies. And I spent, I think maybe the entirety of chapter 6 punching the air going through the hospital because there was invisible enemies and I didn't know to craft a mine so that they'd walk into that. And instead I punched every single one while not being able to see them. But I did clear that hospital out by simply punching alone. That one was bad. Scars above, I didn't do any crafting in that either. Forgot about that. What was the other one where I didn't know that I could upgrade my skill until the final boss, and that was a sponsored stream? What was that one? And it was so embarrassing because I couldn't even hide behind it because every time I died, I had to redo all my stats. There was that one as well. Didn't realise I could upgrade. The joke is, I think it was Quiet Man made a few years ago, is that on the side of my ribcage, you'll see that I have the upgrade. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. You'll see that I have the skill upgrade tattooed on me from Tomb Raider. And the Quiet Man in my stream said, it's kind of ironic because Mel completely forgets that you can upgrade in games anyway. Yeah. I'll take that roast. I accept. Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah. Even though it's tattooed on me, I completely forget. So yeah. But at the same time, give me a padlock code on any game. Damn, that's targeting. Look, that one's worthy. Yeah, so anyway, I expected you to be Okay, good, thanks to this banana. Okay, but to be fair, some of you lot are non-believers. As soon as I get hold of a padlock, some of you lot become non-believers for a second, which you will rightly have enough evidence to become one, but I clearly don't like it. And like to prove you wrong and completely guess the code each time, which I think 9 times out of 10 I've managed to do that pretty well. Queen. My favourite quote about me hacking these padlocks was from Star Wars Lady, who was like, the worst thing is that she's not even doing it in a sensical order. She just... I'm not cheating. Let's banana, leave me alone. You make it sound like you've lived for 3 months. Thank you. I can't believe my streams had that much effect on you. I saw the clip of you doing that in The Last of Us. I would never doubt the unlocking the abilities in the game. The brick throwing. Oh my god! I got no! Please! Me throwing bricks in The Last of Us became so embarrassing. It was so embarrassing. How? It was so bad. Chat, every single time, without fail, I was trying to be like stealthy. I can't do stealthy. I wish I can't do it. I just simply don't have the means to. My vocal cords clearly show that that's not a skill that I was naturally possessed with. And every single, I'd try every time. And I would throw this brick and I'd line it up perfectly with one of the clickers. And as I would throw it, the clicker would just seemingly be like, they'd be still for ages. And then all of a sudden they'd walk to the left and then the brick would go over their shoulder. And then they'd be like, what was that noise? And now I've alerted them because I've missed. I didn't even knock them out. And the one time I was trying to be like, go over there to distract it, I hit it square in the face. Oh, please. Who needs stealth? You can kill everyone with a banana or a screwdriver. Still me, Peachy, because I killed the wrong person with a screwdriver. Megan, please. It was so difficult. I just don't understand why it's like so hard to line up. Do you know the worst thing about it, chat? I had auto aim on. That's the worst part about it. Awful. One day I'll sit and watch an entire stream of me playing Hitman. When's James Bond Hitman coming out? Top 10 most anime betrayals was confused. What were you even trying? No, there's banana. And then one of the people in chat made a really good point that when I got strung upside down in The Last of Us, my headshot accuracy was better. Oh, right, okay. Safes. Is this the safe one? The safe's in the game. Is this the safe? During this one, everyone was telling me it won't work. You non-believers! Have you tried just turning the... just turn my... spin the entire monitor, maybe it will help. Because you know that's so much easier than just inverting the... There was one bad guy that was cut in half and Mel was saying, who did this? Well, I had thrown a grenade at him. Wait, wasn't it one of those like shrapnel grenades as well? It was like a really terrible thing that I was like, I completely forgot about it. It was like a really terrible, really awful thing when someone showed me the clip afterwards and was like, you did that. Was that me? He was like blown in half. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe I made that. I made that with shrapnel. Crafting really is quite amazing. Bye, Kyle. Thank you very much for spending your time here. May 27. Okay. Thank you for checking. Okay. So I'm going to do lightning on my chest as well, but I'm not 100% sure like what kind of shape I want to do. So I'm going to have a look at some tieflings and get some inspiration. I feel like tieflings are pretty good for ideas at the moment. Hi NSM, how are you doing today? See, Megan, right? There's always something you can do, right? I always talk about it, but there's this one person who I saw on TikTok and I thought it was the most beautiful thing ever. And it just made me so happy to see it. And, excuse me, it was somebody who was born with a really dark purple birthmark on the side of their cheek here. And every day they would paint a different galaxy on it. Oh, it was so beautiful. That's so cute. Isn't that so lovely? Like, what a way to like take something that and like turn it into something really lucky each day. I like, especially like with something that I think would obsess a lot of people. What would your guess be for that number? 5. I wonder though. I wonder if that counts when I've done like a pre-test of a game, and then the actual games come out. Because sometimes I will like play a game and it's not actually out yet, and then when the game comes out, I get a different code. 158. All right, now how many out of those have I actually completed? 8. Thank you for thank you though, Yanks. I'm actually really surprised. I used to be a console girly through and through. I mean, it's just easier to play games on Steam, on PC if I'm streaming them now. But yeah, damn. I wonder how many games I've ever played then. Oh my gosh, that would be a crazy thing to find out. How many games you've played in your whole life? Not like just played, just not completed. I wonder how many. Honestly, Zero, and I don't know if other people feel like this, but sometimes some achievements in games, they feel like they've just been put there. That's really awkward to get to keep you there, because they know that like some people will sit there until it's done. But some achievements are really brutal, and I'm not saying that you don't deserve an achievement for it, but like to me, it's past the point of being fun. What was that one? It was like in Call of Duty or something to like use the knife for like 1,000 kills or something. Or like there was something really, really hard. But so, yeah, same story. I can't bother anymore. I grind everything and then I never finish the story. Yeah, I don't have it. I used to be like, oh yeah, but not anymore. For me, I like to usually just do the main story and then maybe some other bits. And the reason why is because there's so many games now that there's so many games I want to play, and I feel like I don't get time to play a lot of them, that I just kind of want to do like the main bit and then move on to like another game that I want to play. I think it's nice when people have like one main game that they only play though. I think that's quite nice. Like when people like really like World of Warcrafty, I think that's really nice. I've done literally every quest level 60. The very last trophy to platinum is to be like level 70. Yeah, and sometimes you just sit there and think like, oh, I don't know if I really want to do that. Because also when Tomb Raider did this, and it wasn't, I didn't really like it, but whatever, it's not necessarily the game, it's not just for me, where they added like a multiplayer, which I didn't really enjoy the multiplayer, so I never played it. But to platinum the game, I had to get achievements in the multiplayer, and I was like, well, I can't platinum it then. So then I'm immediately like, never mind, not doing it. Which is fine, but I just lose interest in that. It's the PlayStation home screen. What, when you're convinced you're going to play something and then you sit there wondering which one for so long and then don't play anything. But some of them were hell to do. So, yeah, right. Some of them you're like, I'm not really having fun anymore. So like Soon tells me on average how many achievements I've completed because I have like 500 games, I've only got 100, but I've only got 100% completed 7 of them, and it makes my percentage really low. No, you're like falling for their tactics. Do you? You have them turned off. Interesting. Besides not wanting to play online, some servers shut down, so then you'll never be able to get it. That's a good point. Yeah, they do. Yeah, mate. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. 100% striker. That's why I'm just a bit like, remember me. Bye bye. Have a good rest of your day. Oh my gosh, Zero. Yeah. The multiplayer that I really love. It's fun, isn't it? Don't you think it looks really fun? Do you know what's so embarrassing about that video though, Yanks, is I've done it and you saw how many times I was singing it, and I keep trying to sing the song now, but I don't remember any of the words. Good night, Eric. Thanks for spending... Sorry, my phone just yeeted itself. Ghosts. Thank you for spending your time here. I really appreciate it. Thank you for coming over from Imga. That's really kind of you. Thank you. I hope you have a good one. The online multiplayer that I've always missed is that one from Assassin's Creed. It was so good. And then it was gone. Just like that. It was such a good one. Hands down, that's been one of my favourite online multiplayers ever. Ever! Like, it was such like, I don't know, I just got such like a rush from the whole thing. You know, like trying to hunt something while you were being, it was so good. It was so good. Oh, really? That's interesting. It's a shame that it like got proven like that. Because I guess like Hitman would have been some kind of similar idea, if not the same. Maybe they tried to change it up so slightly. This shading is going to take me forever. Got you. Yeah, you could just start like chucking stuff. Which is kind of interesting because I feel like people would have figured that out if they played it, but maybe they thought that that was part of the fun. But I guess that kind of makes it a bit like to like actually play and try and, you know, win. But it's good that they tried something different out. Because then it kind of proves like, okay, well, this doesn't work, but that doesn't mean something similar with changes couldn't work in the future. Not just running there with an exploding rubber duck. They probably thought that like people wouldn't mind that kind of chaos. Because I feel like with testing that would have come up. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know about anything about making my own games, so I wouldn't really be a good person to talk to about it, but it does seem, it feels like an oversight, but I wonder if there was like, we just kind of thought people would, you know, behave a bit more with it. Because I think that about a lot of things. Infinite shading. would be interesting as like a game mode. Because I definitely don't think like the Assassin's Creed one overall was perfect, but it was close, no. But it was really nice. It was really good. And I really did enjoy it. Would I play it again though? Because I don't really play Assassin's Creed anymore. Theo, do you still really like Assassin's Creed? You used to be a massive Assassin's Creed fan. I don't know if you still are though. I don't know which ones you've played. Maybe Theo's gone to bed reading. I played all of them. Have you? Apart from the newest one, my PC is old potato. But I will play eventually. I also wait a while for the sales. I love... Yeah, it's a lot of money. Like a lot of money. Which one is the latest one striking? Is it the Shadow? The one that's set in Japan? Got you, yeah. That one looks really cool. I got a little bit fed up with Assassin's Creed a long time ago. However, I do think that I wouldn't mind it as much now. It's just that I've kind of lost interest overall. Jackpot. Absolutely unreal. I nearly believed you for a second then as well. Hopefully it'll be cheaper by then as well. Yeah, and sometimes you can get like codes and things like the Humble Bundle if you just keep a good eye out. You know what I mean? Sometimes they just appear on there. I typed in lightning tattoo to see what people do, and they don't. I wouldn't have thought it was lightning. And now I'm not saying that these people, you know, I'm not trying to criticize, you know, something that's genuinely on somebody else's body. But some of these, if I saw that, I wouldn't have said that was lightning. Does that not look a little bit like an infection? Like, I see where they're going with it, but I think that yeah, that's not necessarily what I thought it would be. Yeah, I wouldn't know. You know. Do you know what, Yanks? You're always so careful. Oh, Yanks, I wanted to talk to you about something. I had to be really honest with you, and I was thinking about it earlier on today, and I was like, I need to actually apologize to Yanks. and be truthful. I know, When you told me years ago, and you were like, I mean, please trust me, lawyers are not always very smart. Remember you told me that. I didn't believe you. I was like, okay. And I didn't believe you. I've never believed you. However, I was watching a live stream of a court case a while ago. And one of the people that was really focused on there was like a lawyer, I believe. And I have changed my mind. I do believe you now. And I'm sorry for being a non-believer from before. But I've now seen some things and was quite shocked. So yeah, I believe you now. And it's not a rare, it's not a rare thing. I didn't believe you. I didn't believe you at all. I was just like, I was thinking you're being very, very humble. Very. And yeah, and I take it back, and now I understand. I've come back with like fresh eyes, and I get it now. It was your question. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't believe you. Sorry. You were right. Because his heart was on the scales. In school. Sometimes when I see these things on the internet, I then see a lot of comments underneath it being like, is Harvard actually hard? Help! This is actually quite difficult. Kind of sad. I mean, yeah. I think it's one of those things where a lot of people assume major big brain, right? And it's kind of like, huh? No, you just need to have the money. Yeah, see, that's crazy, because I always thought it was just like super difficult. That's the impression I got. It was like the hardest thing ever. So is it just one of those that has like a good name, like Oxford? No, I don't know what community is. money is a huge reason people are getting in and making it through, but people that go to Harvard are not any smarter than the rest of us. That's interesting. Like, it's got a reputation, but not necessarily the reputation it kind of deserves, do you think? Like, it's got more recognition than it probably should have done. Is the competition aspect of getting in. Right, but like, surely to get to that point, it has to have a reputation from something. You know what I mean? Like, surely to get to there. So I replaced the past so many of these people from Harvard and other Ivy League schools, and I'm not a genius at all. I feel like they just expect to get things handed to them because of the schools that they went to. Do you think because of the schools that they went to, and from what you were saying that they probably were able to kind of pay their way through, it's always been like that for them, that they've kind of had a lot of things handed to them, so they haven't actually had to work or try, and that shows now in their practice? Do you think it's kind of like a lot of it's been built up that way? Yeah, that's a shame. It's not the same at all, but there's a lot of people who I went to university with, and at first I think they kind of were like, oh, you know, I'm just so good, but they never put any of the work in, and like, it was interesting that over time everybody else had surpassed them, and that's different because that's about like putting in work and like the skill, and they didn't pay their way through. But it reminds me of like a similar aspect of like thinking that you're just gonna like breeze through things because you always have done, and then when you're faced with something that you actually have to work for, being quite shocked when it doesn't work out. Peachy, I was thinking that. Like, well, like it's hard. So funny. People who can afford to pay for that tuition are more likely to have the connections. Oh my God. Queen, you've just made me think of something I've never just even thought of before. When you go to university in the US, are they all priced differently? Do they not all have the same price? Oh. In the UK, they're all practically like mostly the same price. Oh, I've never ever even like put those two together. Oh, that makes oh my God. That makes so much more sense now. I never even thought about that. I just assumed it would be the same. It's the same, it's roughly the same in the UK. Oh my God, I didn't even think about that. Oh, I now see what you're saying about everything that you've just mentioned with a different light. I didn't realise that. Because when you were saying that, because they pay their way through, I just thought you meant like they just pay for like living costs as well as the tuition, but like maybe like things like the living costs of, or the bit, you know what I mean? I was just like, okay. So some people have their parents pay a donation to the university. Oh my God. If I went to Harvard, even for an undergrad university, it would have cost 3 times as much as I paid for the university I went to. Oh, I understand. I wish I went to school in another country to see the difference from US education. Sometimes I wish other people would think the way that you think. Yeah. I think because then you'd realise, I don't think like, it's just terrible and so, I'm not like loads of negative things. I just think that people seem quite shocked at how things are run in other countries. And I wish it wasn't that way. If you're Harvard, you're probably going to get the job just because of that. That's so interesting. I mean, it makes sense, but I never even... Oh yeah, we spoke about the football scholarship thing, didn't we? We spoke about that before. I remember talking about that. The costs can change from year to year. So it's the whole thing if your school program has like where they'll cap the tuition cost. Michael, thank you very much for the tier 2. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's really wait. Queen. So you can say, okay, so say you pay like $10,000 for your first year at the university in the US. Your second year, they could just move it up to like 15,000 if they like wanted to, made excuses and put the price up. And then you're like, well, what now? And so you're just kind of like expected to deal with that. So you could start a degree and not finish it because they didn't cap when originally you would have been able, but then they can just do whatever they want. Where's the justice in that? It should be like, if you go at this time, you'll pay this. Lower completion rate for degrees, but that's not fair. That's out of some people's control. If you drop out because you want to do something else, or you're not, you like, something changed in your life, that's different. It shouldn't be because at first they could afford it, then you changed everything and now they can't. That's like that's so unjust for the schools to offer this fixed rate till you graduate. It sounds like a mortgage. But that's not right. Oh my God. I mean, you can tell I've only just found out about that. This is clearly brand new information to me. Massive debt when they leave. And then employers expect you to somehow have 2 years experience in the field you're getting your degree in, so that you can't even get a job in the industry for a long time. Because it impacts their ratings. Okay, interesting. I'm not sure very many things are right. Oh yeah. Damn. Okay, thanks for teaching me about that, chat. I didn't realise that at all. This is going to sound so disgusting. I'm so sorry for the way that this is going to come out. Peachy, 100 grand, and are you expected to pay all of that back? It's from the US course. I legit didn't even think about Queen, so that's why I was asking that question. The debt from university is wild. If you're a school beyond that, good chance of being in debt for life. We were sold on go to college and get a degree and you'll be guaranteed a job, and that's far from the case. That makes me so angry. That's the same thing here, but obviously it's slightly different because ours are run differently. That's the same thing, but ours is for a collection of different reasons, which I mean I can explain to you. But we have something like a similar idea to that, and it really, really annoys me. And it's annoyed me to the point of I really, really strongly believe in apprenticeships. And I think more people should do apprenticeships. And I think more apprenticeships should be offered, and I think they should be pushed more by the government. Personally. But yes, we have that, but for different reasons. Some of them have compulsory books about the course that are hundreds of dollars. The author of the books is a professor setting the course. Oh my gosh! The repayment plans for people who are up to like 30 years. There are some federal loans which have some levels of debt forgiveness depending on who is in charge. But if it's private, then it's a private loan. Sorry, I've heard that before. Pushed it more right as we were leaving school, but there's so much more room to work on, in my opinion. I don't know which plan you're on, Queen. I'm plan 2. So yeah, to Biscuit's point, I have 1 semester of books. You're on 2, I'm on 2. That'll be why you don't think about it then. Same, yeah. It's like, it's irrelevant. If you're not thinking about it, then you must be on 2. Because I don't think about mine. Doesn't even cross my mind. Do you always get those letters and it tells you how much more, and then the interest has gone up and you just think it's really funny? There's certain jobs that you can do. Oh, sorry, I missed one. Yeah, to be point, I have 1 semester books that cost for 1 term? There are certain jobs that you can do that will have student loan forgiveness for a number of years. Those are certainly involve working for the government or other public sectors, but they don't pay well. That doesn't make any sense. Each term. And you're expected to have your own personal copy. You can't just borrow one from a library. You need a personal copy of that book. But if they're just teaching you something out of a book, then why are you asking them? Surely you could just read the book and pay less for the course overall. Could you not? But that doesn't then make any sense. Like, if they're the ones setting the course and they're the ones selling the books, then can't you just, you should be able to get a degree based on just reading the bloody book. If you got the list of books and you just read those, you'd get a similar understanding at the end of it, then wouldn't you? So why would you pay? Am I misunderstanding something here? They would change editions each semester and the library would have like 2 copies. So they immediately, yeah, they essentially keep trying to outdate them. I heard my uni do a notice of 1,200 loans being offered for school blocks. I laughed, wondering how students would afford that in their school years. And someone had to explain to me that it was normal and it was per semester. Why are they doing this to you? I feel really, really upset for all of you right now. That's really bad. That's so sad. They're really being so mean to you all. God, you know, I still don't really know what I'm going to be doing it. We'll push the point about using the practice correct edition. Oh my gosh, I know, right? Freedom. Ah! I know everything can be, so are you telling me a lot of it is literally just like a PDF that's...
It's a trap!
It's a trap! Thank you very much, Striking, thank you! Right, Peachy, I was gonna say, like, you can't resell them because now they're out of date editions. And like, you've probably written on them, maybe. I mean, I don't think that's a problem. But they're out of date. So who are you selling it to? It was out of date the month after you did that term. way, Queen. That's so terrible for the environment. In addition, it's pay to. It does, doesn't it, in Australia? That sounds crazy. Science lab notebooks that you had to write in, so you can't resell it. I'm so sorry for getting so frustrated on your behalf. I hope, if anything, the only thing that it reads at that is that that's abnormal, and everyone knows, but that's obscene. And they're just, okay. I'm going to tell you how the UK works. That's the only one I know. And I'm not telling you how it works to be like, not at all, right? Not like that, but just for your information. And Queen, from my understanding, did you do an undergrad in the UK and then did postgraduate in America for another course? Am I understanding that correctly? Correct, okay. If I say anything wrong, Queen, please correct me. Or if I miss anything out. Right, okay. So, and I'll also express some of the problems. School system here. You go to school you leave high school at 16. You have to legally stay in education until you are 18 years old. So for the 2 years, you go to college. College and university are different. College is like pre-university, or you do something called sixth form, right? But it's like basically the same thing. So if you go to college, then you study some subjects, kind of like school, kind of like university, it's an in-between. Those subjects you get scored on, and that helps you get to university. To get to college, you perform well at high school. You don't have to graduate high school. If you like don't do well in those exams, that's it. You find something else to do. That's fine. You can go off and do something else. You can resit them if you want, but there's no redoing this until I'm 30 years old and I never managed to graduate high school. That doesn't exist. You essentially walk out. You walk out, you go do something for 2 years. You have to stay in education. You can you can go train to be an electrician, and by that point you're also working at the same time because you'll do an apprenticeship. So I don't know, let's say that you really sucked at school and you're not sure what you can do. Okay, well you could probably do like a bricklaying course and then be taken on as an apprentice with someone who works, and then you're already starting to, so you see what I mean? You do that until you're 18, and then you don't have to do any education if you don't want to, then you just do what you want. Okay, that's why I think apprentices are good, because it gets you working early. Okay, ignore that. So now you've finished college, and at the end of college you have some exams, you've done your coursework, whatever, to get to your final mark, and you have a collection of universities that you choose from. Cool. Let's say you get the grades and you go to the university that you've chosen from because they've given you a conditional offer. A conditional offer means if you get 4 A's, you can come in. If you don't get that, you're not coming in. Okay? That's it. Let's say you get the A's, 4 A's. You're automatically in, worked, no problem. You've signed up, that's where you're going. Let's say you didn't get the A's. Let's say you got 2 A's and 2 B's. The university that you wanted to go to is probably going to be like, no, you didn't get the grades, you're not coming in. And I know I'm not talking about money yet. There's something called clearing here. Clearing is when on results day, nationwide, they say, if you didn't get into the university that you wanted to, call us and we might let you in, depending on what you got. So you can still go to a uni, but it's probably not the one that you wanted to go to. Okay. All universities are pretty much the same price. Okay? But wait, there's more. Plan 2 is what I'm on. I think there's 3 plans now, but this is how it kind of works now. For me, it was £9,000 a year. And I think I got some extra money for living costs, and I also got some grants because I was smart, whatever. So I get put on plan 2. Plan 2, you do not pay that back until you earn, is it 27 or 25? Over £25,000 a year. Then it just takes a little bit out of your paycheck every month. When you reach, after it's been 30 to 40 years, it gets wiped. If you get a job where you don't earn it, you only ever earn 23,000 for the rest of your life, you will never pay that. Each year the interest goes up on your student loan. I don't even bat an eyelid. The amount of money that comes out each month as well would be like £25, which would be like what, $32? A lot of us are never paying that back. Never. It's all completely automatic. The books, you can get them from the library. You can get a digital version. Depending on your course, not everyone will be the same. I didn't really need to buy a lot of books, but I could just get it from the library. They put so much funding, a disgraceful amount of funding into each library. I went back to my university to find that they had upgraded the library, and just the upgrade they put into it, I think, was $1 million. It was the most impressive building on campus, and it's full of anything you'd ever need. Good night, Kings. That doesn't even include the fact that they've also got collections. They've got my university has ancient books. You know the Vesalius book that I tell you guys about, Andreas Vesalius, the one from like 1400s. They've got a copy. I went through it. I was able to read it if I wanted to. I mean, I couldn't read it, but like I can go through it, no problem. I just have to book it. Dream Library. Yeah, that's what they do. Now, here's the problems. Right, sorry, Anx, I'm not ignoring it. Here's the problems. Because you don't really have to pay, a lot of people want to go to university for the party lifestyle. I just want to live like a student, you know, like they're so carefree. They're just so free. So you end up with a lot of people at university who don't want to do any work, who are just there to party all the time. Freshers Week is literally like a week of like partying in the evening so people can get to know each other. And that's when loads of people start like snogging each other and passing germs to each other. They don't care about whatever, but they can really usually see the degree to the end, but they probably won't do very well, but they're not really interested. Right. So in my opinion, because it's kind of easy to get in, you don't have to pay your way in, you end up now with a lot of jobs being like, just get a degree, you need to work, you need a degree, we need a degree. For what? Why do I need a degree to go do this job? I don't need a degree to do that. There's no reason why I would. Which is the same. But then now jobs are like, oh, you need to have this, you need to have that. Whereas like, I completely disagree. There's no reason for somebody to have a degree like that. But because it became so attainable, you didn't even need the grades in some places. That's what happened. But then the government did start pushing like apprenticeships. So yeah, I'm never going to pay off my student loan, but I don't bat an eyelid. Like it's fine. It'll get wiped. And the people who did that before, and people who were on plan, remember I said I was on plan 2. The people who were on plan 1, I believe some of their prices were £3,000 a year. The average course is 3 to 4 years. So let's say 3 years, so like 9 to 12 grand, living costs, etc. I'd probably say they were probably like maxed out at like, maybe like 24 grand. In some cases. Are the plans based on income? No, the plans are based on the year that you went. So at first, plan 1 would be from like X year to X year. Then plan 2 came out where things changed. So then they added this other one. And I'm on plan 2. So it depends on what year you go. the government to change it. Right, let me have a quick look at what you said, because I'm so sorry, Nicola. That's how it works here. And if you want a book, then yeah, you can buy it, but you can probably just get it from the library. Or, I'm pretty sure, the lecturer would probably bring a bunch, and then you just share it between you and the class. And it's all on the slides anyway. So that's why I'm like, why do you need that? Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna go back. Okay, right. That 2 years of internship, apprenticeship, or even joining the army. I didn't know joining the army counted. I didn't know that. My take with the two system. UK, extremely streamlined, very specific training and more focused on the career. Heavily subsidised by the government. Standard diet, extra credit isn't really a thing. Oh yeah, I always hear about extra credit and I wonder what the hell that was. Far wider subject tour, focus in on options and becoming a more well-rounded individual. More about experience and building connections too. Okay, that's interesting. If you go to the person in charge and rescue them from the Dr. Octopus, then they might let you in the university that you wanted. They could! 9% of your earnings once you reach over the threshold. Oh, thank you, Queen. I didn't, yeah. It's a percentage of your national earnings. Okay, and you don't have to file the damn thing. All done automatically. Yep. This doesn't give a sense of accomplishment like the US student loans that indefinitely go until you die. That's a pretty humane system. Yeah. I like our system more. There is a similar thing here where if you don't make enough, you can have your student loan payments deferred, pause until you make enough money. Okay, does that depend on situations? Is it like a situational thing? I bought all my books at charity shops, but I wasn't doing science, etc. Yeah, I think it depends on the course for that one, doesn't it? But yes, the libraries are like colossal. Those buildings that you see in a university library will be, and the thing is like, then a lot of them aren't publicly accessible. They're only accessible to students. Public will be able to access like a cafe, but you need to have a student card or some kind of card to get through the gates. Once you're in, there's like a security thing to be like, you can only get through here if you're part of the university. So like, I couldn't now just go and get a book. Pick your subject before you even apply. There's no undeclared majors in the UK, so that's a potential downside for some. Oh, what? So oh, okay. What? So you just like figure it out when you get there? Which is a way to cut down job applicants from thousands to hundreds. Oh. At their jobs than others, so companies decided it was a requirement to have a degree, and those candidates are marginally better. If you have a 2-year, but you'll be doing the bottom half of the barrel, so if you want to move up master's degree or go somewhere else. Oh, wow. Oh my god, Fuji, wasn't that such a funny video? I laughed so much! Loan deferment is based on income. I don't remember the amount though, but you have to apply for those deferments on your own. Okay. A large number of the US courses in the first 2 years are general stuff, not specific per se to your subject. Common core classes. What are they teaching at that? But then you're like 18. Like, what are they teaching you? Like maths and English? Like, what does that mean? I'll sue myself out. Don't worry, you're not the only person to make these jokes. I was able to leave school at 16. Damn, how to make you feel? It's like high school variety, but we're in higher education now. I guess I'm probably like too honed in on the way that our system works that I don't really understand. You know what I mean? It's probably me. Let me just quickly fill. That's so interesting. Thanks for taking the time to tell me how that worked. I'm a bit sad for a lot of you though. Ours is super vocation focused. There's a bit more like you learn so many more things and sort of a wider base of knowledge, like this shared knowledge base by society. Got you. Hi, Holly. I have. Thank you. How are you? We're talking about how the higher education system works differently across the UK versus the US. You're in higher education now, aren't you? Hearing these things work outside. Yeah, I mean, the thing is I think what's really important is recognizing, like, with our system, we still have our own problems. It's not to say that we're without problems, and I'm so kind. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I know nobody's saying that at all, but yeah, I can see why it's quite very, very, very like. Feels like a scam. Nobody knows what you need without talking to them. Very frustrating, it sounds. Choosing your classes and choosing which professor you want is a massive thing over there. Okay. Damn. It's very complicated. Forgiving and changing your mind about what future career. Okay, but you can still change what you want to do after you've graduated, though. Until your scholarship runs out. Oh. I try to not be biased. You're probably like, what the hell? Okay. Okay, got you. Wow, you can change your degree. It was really something. I've heard about that, yeah. When I did get into your degree at college. I don't think it sounds like anyone like thinks it's bad or regrets it. It sounds to me like the frustration comes from the way that this whole system run is in itself. The way that it's kind of accepted at a certain, in the way that it just has been. Like, that's just normal. That's what I find quite shocking. Like, I don't think that the education sounds like it's bad, like when you actually are studying. I just think that like the system that set up to get that, or even to maintain the studying, sounds unjust. I know, I did think when I said it, I thought to myself, I've just got my own joke. I university one semester because I didn't have the money. I told my boss I worked for the university and she was able to talk to somebody to give me some scholarship money. Okay. I'm happy for you. Hi, Werewolf, how are you? Except the dorms. Oh my god! Oh my god! Yeah. Jeff, how are you? Thank you so much. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Jeff, how are you? How are you? How are you? Chat. I remember seeing what some people's dormitories look like because I used to watch the. Okay, no. I remember too many things. Hang on a minute. I'm overwhelming my own brain. Hang on. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, I used to watch this girl. I don't know why, because honestly, I don't know why I used to watch this girl on YouTube. Juicy Star or something. My friend said that she watched her, so I started watching her, and we used to talk about it. She was a YouTuber. She actually ended up in Sharknado. Crazy. Anyway, what time? Whatever. Anyway, and I know what dormitories look like because I used to watch her, and I think she went the most. But anyway, that's irrelevant, and I am accidentally kind of like changing the subject a bit, and I'm so sorry. But I remember. She used to be like, what's in my school bag videos, what I wear to go to school. And she used to do all these videos. And then I found out she was homeschooled. And I remember just being like, I know, and I remember I'm so confused. I've always been so confused about it. It'd be like, what's in my bag? And I'm not joking, it was a massive handbag. It was like Queen, you know, like the River Island bags? It'd be bigger than one of those, but it would look like that. And Juicy Stars, it was Juicy Star 07. Oh my god, maybe that's where I got it from. No, I used to watch her. I don't remember. Yeah, Juicy Star 0. Blair! Her name was Blair! She was homeschooled. I don't remember her. She said that, I thought, I don't trust anything you say. Blair Fowler! Oh my god! Yeah, I used to watch her because my friend used to watch her. So I used to, yeah, and then I watched Graveyard Girl. Fit my laptop in it and everything. She'd be like, these are like my notebooks and stuff. And what, to go downstairs? I know that, yeah, Graveyard Girl! Do you know what? I gotta be honest with you, I feel really sad for Graveyard Girl now. She's still doing stuff. Can you believe it, Queen? I was looking at her at the weekend, actually. The reason why I feel sad for her now is not because I'm like, oh, we should all pity. The reason why I feel sad, can you remember what she used to do? Okay. Graveyard Girl is a YouTuber who was based in Texas. She used to say she was based in the swamp. I'm guessing the swamps in Texas. And she was really, really like, she's called Bunny. And she's really free. She likes scary things. She likes creepy dolls. The stuff that she buys is some of the most like really weird, creepy, antique things. She was really interesting as a person at the time for me. She was just really interesting. And she had all these deals with all these companies. She came out with these like, her stuff looked cool. It was like a hair dryer, but the hair dryer that she came out with, it was like, the outside was made to look like crocodile scales. It's cool. She came out with some cool stuff with these brands and she was really successful for a really long time. Then she started doing these like haul videos, which was like, does this thing really work? And she'd buy stuff that was off like QVC and stuff, and then she would test it out and see if they worked, even though she was initially more like fashion and beauty. And to be fair, I don't see a problem with, you know, like changing things up and like trying something new. Kind of like suddenly I was added in like game day on Friday. I don't see a problem with that. The reason why I feel sad for her now is I went to go look at what she's doing. And she's still in the same room, but there's a lot of stuff in there. And all the comments, this is what broke me, was people saying like, I hope you can get the help that you need because you need to declutter, you need to give this stuff away, you can't hold on. And the thing is I don't know if she even wants to do that, but most of her comments are her telling her that she needs to. I know, right? And I'm like, it's not, I wouldn't like it, but I think, you know how there's been a shift and now people are like, I don't like overconsumption core. I mean, some people still do. I mean, basically everything she's ever like bought for haul videos, because she'd spend a lot of money, she's kept. She has a lot of stuff. But the way I was seeing it was like, she kind of films in like this one bathroom that she's always filmed in. So all of her stuff is probably like in there. She's got 8 million subscribers and she was very, very successful. So she's probably got quite a fairly large house. Like, yeah, it's probably full of crap, but like she likes that sort of stuff. So the reason why I feel really sad for her is because loads of people are just like, oh, you know, like I really think you should get rid of this. I actually want to see a video where you get rid of this. Oh, I really want to see a video where you actually donate this to somebody else. But then when I see these things, I'm like, but it's junk. Like, she's the only person who probably appreciates some of this stuff. Like, a lot of it is junk. But to her, it's probably sentimental because it probably reminds her of like certain videos she's done. Like, you know what I mean? That's why I feel sad for her. It's not that I think she's doing anything wrong. I think people are probably being a bit mean. Thank you, Omega. 1 second. Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know if like that's what she does. Like if she's got anything else on shelves or or whatnot. Sorry, anything else on the floor or anything. I genuinely have no idea. But if the thing is like I've got a lot of stuff. Like I find it a bit odd. I don't know. I just think people are a bit mean about her. Never show the wig room. Don't let it happen. You have to hide it. Look, and I know I'm always like, oh, I don't like having a lot of stuff, like minimalism and stuff. But I also kind of feel like, okay, but she clearly likes having that, like, so fine, whatever. Like, you don't have to like tell her in every comment that she should be clearing her stuff out and that you don't, and that you hope she's going to get better soon. I'm like, that's not going to help though, is it? That's just going to upset her. Yeah, got you. Yeah, when it's like, now it's like actually affecting your daily life. But yeah, I think people are probably a bit mean. And sometimes she just makes videos where she just shows some of the stuff that she has. But like, people are watching them. So I'm like, so there's a demand for it though. Because you are the ones, you're still watching it. And her stuff's a bit different because she does unboxing videos. So, so I'm like, okay. Yeah, Jeff, like, you don't know how big her house is, and I don't want to know. Poor girl. Oh my god, sorry. Are you talking about this Tomb Raider box, Jeff? Or this one? Okay. separate. Wow, how do I explain this? I bought this Barbie doll because I told myself I bought this Barbie doll because I told myself I was going to paint her to look like Spirit from Dead by Daylight. I have since found her so entertaining that I now use this to record videos, because what I do is this. So now that I hope you appreciate that this is actually obviously a microphone holder. So I've been using this to hold my microphone, and I've just been using this as a microphone for some of my videos. The reason why her head's on backwards was because when I was recording one, Ghost said, "Will you get in trouble because she's naked?" And I don't have clothes for her because I was so convinced I was going to turn into Spirit from Dead by Daylight that I threw the clothes in the bin. So she just doesn't have any. So my solution was, when I was doing one like this, was, oh yeah, good point. So I spun her head 180 degrees. So this, I now find really entertaining, being my microphone in some of my videos. I like it when people have like funny things to hold it with. So that's what this is. This is separate to the box. What was that? Yeah, so the reason why the Barbie is like stuck in the plant is because when I film my videos, I'm usually stood over there where I'm using this. So I realised it's actually really ideal for me to just put my microphone holder there. Separately, can you body paint Barbie? I was wondering. I was thinking I should probably do something with her. I feel a bit sad for her. Yeah, pay her miniature scale. Secondly, this is the latest collector's edition for the Tomb Raider remastered thing, and I was doing an unboxing video with it, and I haven't moved it since. So it's just there because I think it looks kind of cute. Look at this. Very nice. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. You've probably seen it then. So that's where I'm at. That's very kind of you. I know you're super busy with your job now. Thank you. Yeah, so honestly, I appreciate that some of that is pretty questionable. But that's obviously what I've now been using this Barbie for. Because I saw other people like using like tiny swords and stuff, and I was like, that's so cool. And I was like, I want something to hold my my microphone. And then I looked at Barbie and was like, oh yeah. Pretty straightforward if you ask me. You can also just use tape to create clothes. Maybe I'll make like a makeshift like little bin bag thing. But now I found a new way to like talk in my videos. There's too many things I want to do. Thanks, Yanks. Just these internet clowns trying to ruin stuff, right? Looks more like veins than lightning. I think it looks like lightning. I wonder if like a grey wig or a white wig would be better. Oh my god, the shop! I have to open the shop! Oh my god. See? See how forgetful I am? I worked on this all day. It's time! Hooray! Chat, the shop is open! Thank you, Starling. Autumn Soul, thank you very much. Months. That's a long time. Thank you. That is the fastest order. Okay, no, hang on. There's 2. Thank you very much. Jesus Christ. It's come through so quickly, my phone's only alerted me to one of them. Right, I'm just gonna get a wig. Oh. They're here, they're right behind me. I still haven't put them away. That's real speed. You want to see some real speed? Oh my gosh, I haven't worn this one in the longest time. I could try this one with a dark red. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I was trying to go with like a grey. Which wig is this? No. No. Okay, hang on a minute. I'm going to get the other grey one, and then I don't know if I should use the one with the dark roots, or if I should just use the grey one. You want to see some real speed? Ooh, maybe this one? Okay, let's have a look. I'd have to, really sit there and choose more. Because of your Yakuza hyperfixation. I mean, you did request it. I know, some of you lot, like, check out so quick, as if, like, I'm gonna run out. I think it's too white. This one's more silvery. No. Oh yeah, the embellished ones. Oh, I forgot we did that. No. Okay, I don't like any of these. Okay, back to the colours. Great. No. Damn! I really thought I'd want like a whitish wig. Maybe a light blue? going to settle on this wig. Oh, did you? Yeah, I might not have seen that. I don't think I've seen it. That's nice. I was looking for somewhere to put like comic books in, but I could only find like boxes and I didn't want a box. So I think I'm just going to put them in that art book that I already have. Oh my gosh, Ken, were you able to cancel it quick enough? It's alright, well. Oh my god, I forgot about Pennywise! Was that the one? I know I just forgot about Pennywise. Damn, like I forgot I did that. It is, yeah. My it's arriving tomorrow. I was actually going to check today, Ken, and then I forgot to check, so I'll check in a minute. What time is it? Okay, it's late enough that... Oh no, I can't. I'm going to have to figure out something in Discord. As in you picked out of all of them, or you're just getting all of them? Means the shop is open. Gosh. I hope I can style this okay. Yeah, somebody else said that earlier actually. I think it was 0. Yes, somebody did put it in Discord. I taught myself to be really, really frugal a long time ago, Queen, and I feel like a lot of it really does stick with you. Do you notice that about a lot of stuff? Because I feel like to a point sometimes I feel like I'm a little bit like, ooh, maybe I am being a bit silly here. But I think it's a good thing to be, but sometimes I think it can limit you from like doing certain things that you probably otherwise would want to. I think because it feels like a habit that doesn't necessarily like go away. Because when I was really frugal for a really, really long time, and like I still find it difficult now to like justify buying certain things. Yeah, or like I'll just convince myself that I don't really need it and then go without it for a long time. Or I'll find something that I really, really like and it'll be like away, I'm on holiday or something, and then I won't buy it, and then I'll feel so sad. I'll think about like, damn, if only I had gotten that one thing. Yeah. Or like, oh, well, can I just kind of like make do without it? Oh no, I'm in danger. That sounds pretty dangerous, to be fair. I've needed a blind for my room and I still don't have one. Yeah, because like, well, I mean, I've gotten by without it all this time. But then also, Queen, it's like, well, you're not planning to stay there for a long time anyway, right? So it also probably feels like it's not really my place to start redecorating. Yeah. The thing is like Ghost is really frugal as well. So sometimes I'll be like, we'll both be like, oh, I don't know. Yeah, like why bother getting it? But but the shop's open. Sorry about me. In my defense, I wasn't really sure if I should ever open the shop again, and you guys wanted it, right? So it's kind of your fault. Yeah, no problem. I think it just makes it a little bit easier as well on our side. To be able to be like, we're going to get rid of this. Because I think it would be a bit like, where did that go? Or I was going to get that, you know what I mean? For you lot. Yeah, Yanks. I was considering like never opening it again. You lot don't. Maybe you do. I don't want to pretend that I know how you all think, because that's not fair. I don't think you lot realise how baffled I am by all of this. The way I saw it was like, but why would you want to buy a picture of me? That's how I was seeing it. I was like, I mean, I just guessed that, you know, people wouldn't really be too bothered. Like, it's just me. I don't really think of it as it being anything special. Yeah. I suppose at the end of the day, I still find it hard to comprehend that people think that what I do is really, really special and like unique. When I do this every day, and I've done this not every day, almost every day for like what, the past 7 years, and I've been doing it for 15 years. So it's still confusing to me in like a, oh, okay. When people think it's like the most amazing thing ever, or B, think it's like the dumbest thing ever. Because to me, like, this has just been my life. Like, I don't really think anything of it, you know? Do you know what I mean? I just kind of think like, oh, okay. Oh, we love your arts. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I really like that. I really like that part. But it's still mind-blowing to me that, like, that's my life. And, like, you guys want to buy that sort of stuff. And, yeah, I never thought anybody would care about it. Those cards were cool. The collector cards. Welcome on in. How was your stream? Hi. How are you all? Welcome on in, everyone. My name is Mel. I'm Serious. I like to customize. I was extreme makeup athlete. Today I'm doing a makeup look inspired by some lightning. Hi. What are we doing on stream today? About colour combos to dry. I'll think about textures and stuff. So the prints make so much sense to me. Also, there's memories of funny moments. You're so lovely. Thank you. Truly, like, you're a genius. I'm being a menace. The only way to be. Sounds like you had a nice time. A good stream. Where's my bag of ears? I don't know where the ears went. Hang on, I've got some ones in the bathroom. Thank you. Yeah, it's very lovely. I've just been playing around with doing this makeup today. It's been fun. Just playing around with like the design and just enjoying it. I'm just kind of like making it up as I go along now, which I always think is is the best way to be, because then you can just have fun with it. Teeth, ears, heads, all these things in a bag somewhere. Bag of ears is a normal thing to have. How are you doing, Xaven? How's Ark? Were you playing Ark today at all, Xaven? Look, nothing like it should have done. Is paint and sip like you drink something? I've never heard of that. And honestly, sometimes that's so real. I've been to like what kind of things have I done in the past? Like cooking stuff, where they teach you and you look at the thing that you produce and you're like, sorry. I don't know what to say about myself here. So sometimes, honestly, real happens, but it's just one of those practice things. Oh my gosh, no, Ken. I just have always royally sucked at spreadsheets. I just suck at them. I also have zero interest in them. So when it comes to like trying to learn how to do something, I don't really retain it because I literally hate the whole thing. Anyway, so anytime I have to do something in a spreadsheet, I feel like I'm Googling and Googling. The spreadsheets where Star Wars lady is like, oh, I made you this. And it's just like a, whoa. And I'm like, this is crazy. How? Chat. So, because now I'm basically a full-time elf makeup person, we got some accessories from the wish list, thank you very much, to use as part of these elf-ish kinds of paints. So let's try some on. This one's cute. Maybe we can use that to like hide some wig stuff. I don't know. Ooh, yeah, I thought that they would be really helpful, and it's really cute. This one, I was thinking when I was looking at it, I might need to bend this one around a little bit because I think it points backwards, and for the nature of what I do, I would need it to point forwards. But I mean, these wouldn't really go with today's because, woo! I don't want to break it, so. Let's have a look. If I separate where my ear is, because I was thinking like some of these would look pretty crazy on some of my other looks. Okay, I really suck at trying to put these on my ear. I don't know what confuses me every time. Because then I thought maybe for these I could bend them forward slightly. I pass that underneath here. Yeah, so look, isn't that pretty cool? So I thought that would look nice on another elf paint. So we have this one. I have to be careful not to get that tangled up. They're cute, aren't they? And then this one's really cute. I don't know which one you'll like more, Star Wars lady. This one's really nice. I saw this one first and was quite surprised. The Elf series. I'll redo every makeup look I've ever done, put elf ears on it and be like, wow. So new. So fresh. Hang on a minute, it's clashing with this. Why can I never put these on myself? Why am I always so silly? Did you? Yes! Oh my gosh, Peachy, I was thinking about like how mermaidy they looked. Isn't that cute? That's so lovely. I won't fan this one out. I won't stick this one on properly, but then because we've just gathered it, I really struggle with sticking stuff to my ears. But like, oh, isn't that cute? Yeah, we could do some creepy mermaid looks. I was gonna print out some basic mermaid like gill ear fins, gills. I was gonna print out some basic ones for times where I was probably going to do something a little bit more like spookier. But I saw these and thought, wow. So I'm really grateful. It's really nice to have like the most insane accessory collection ever. And then being able to like use it at a moment's notice. Yeah, but sometimes it's like, you just got to make it exist first, right? You just got to get out your system sometimes. Coraline! They even had the pearls. Oh my gosh. Hang on a minute, I'll have a look in a minute. Oh, now I'm like, oh my god, they've ripped you off. They'll come for anyone, Queen. They'll come for you. There are no sacred cows. This might look really odd now because I've realised it's got leaves on it. So, I don't know, but let's just try. Do you think I should use the headband or no headband? I'm gonna use, I think I'll use white lenses or something similar. Seaweed with lightning. You like the headband? Oh, because of the shot. Okay. Okay, good. Right. Oh, I thought Ghost was shouting at me. I think he's talking to his Apex friends. What was I going to say? It's gone. I wonder if I should wear the white lenses, which I always wear, or if I should play with those blue lenses I've been playing with recently. You could do a super light blue. Oh my gosh, Peachy, same wavelength. Right, I want to kind of put it there so it covers that. You can see here where the wig is, that you see there. I'm going to try and grip it in place so that we don't see that. Try. Might be too thick. My mind's like, tape it. Thank you, Philip. 1 minute. Can I just squeeze it so it's a bit smaller? Oh, well that's much better. Okay, I can just, okay, wow, I overcomplicated that a lot. God, no. Your Harley Quinn video looked amazing. Thank you. Which Harley Quinn was it? What kind of hair did I have? God, they've all got pigtails, haven't they? Did I have red and blue hair? Did I have a nurse hat? One sec. Wait, if you're going to send a link, it won't work. Oh! That one's from Joker War, I think. That one was fun. I think that was the first time I had like properly painted her. I did it for my birthday years ago. I had to keep redoing it because for people on my birthday were being way too kind and giving. I kept crying. so streaks from my tiny face. I had to keep changing it, like cleaning it up. Okay, chat. I'm going to go pee and I'm going to go put some lenses in, okay? So I'm going to be right back, but I'll be a few minutes. Okay? Okay, a little bit of repair work. A little bit of repair work to do, but not too much. Stream is basically over. I mean, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. It's what? Yeah, I think the colour goes really well. I'm really happy with it. Working late? Me? This is like my normal stream time. I know. Almost 1 AM and it's a school night. But I am nearly done. I just need to repair this a little bit. Right, so let me just wait for this to dry and then I can patch it with eyeshadow. Chat, oh my gosh, so many orders. Thank you very much. Thank you. Years late. I was supposed to go, oh my gosh. Queen, I don't know about you, but it's so, I feel like it's like an increasingly difficult thing to do, to go to bed at the right time. Ghost and I are trying out this thing where like, we're trying to wake up every day around 9. Yesterday was successful, today was unsuccessful. Today was 10. And I feel like whenever I say it, people are like, damn, you're so lucky. Yeah. And I know, but usually I go to bed at like 4 AM. So I sleep really late. But I'm trying to get myself back into a schedule. Because I'll usually like, what I want to do is wake up at 9, go for a run, have breakfast, start work, have some time to practice the piano, maybe do some bits or whatever, and then stream. Not stream until 6 o'clock in the morning. And then go about my day that way. That would be nice. That's what we're trying to do. To like we're trying to like sort ourselves out. One thing that I've found to be successful is putting my alarm, because it got so bad, and I feel a little bit like ashamed to admit it really, but I can't hear Ghost alarm. It doesn't wake me up. I can't even hear it. Are you going to end up streaming earlier in the day? Look, so here's the thing, when you say these sorts of things, Yanksy, I feel like you know when you play chess and like you're always the person that like you think about that like next bit, which I'm kind of like maybe thinking like I didn't think about that, but the answer is no. 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 No, don't worry. Do you know what? Sometimes I feel really sad on a Wednesday. I'm like, oh. It's the day where Yanks can't stop by because I've always found something to get distracted by in the morning. And I don't go live up, but something's distracted me. What was it yesterday? Oh, next door's plumbers. Yeah, Wednesday's a Sag. Okay, what about getting enough rest? I genuinely feel pretty well rested. Because the thing was, when I was like really bad with my schedule, I just consistently felt tired. Next door's plumbers. Oh my god, queen. Right. Hear me out. Next door's plumbers. Super annoying. Right, so I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what work they're having done, and quite frankly, I don't really care. But they needed, apparently, to lift up one of our fence panels so that they could put the ladder in there to access whatever, because they couldn't get the ladder in. Fine. So last week, they asked if they could do that. Down that side of my house that they needed to move the fence panel was loads of like spare building crap from when we built the extension. So there's like bricks, roof tile, like just crap, right? There's things from like when we were doing the patio and the garden, like that's where we've just put everything, because where else am I going to keep that sort of stuff? Cool. So last week I said, yeah, just put everything back. That's fine, right? Anyway, they didn't put everything back, which is super annoying because then Ghost spent most of Saturday clearing stuff up. Like, our stuff wasn't even on our side anymore. It was like in the on the neighbour's side, whatever. So then, okay, so yesterday they come by again. They're like, "How can we lift the fence panel off again?" And I said no. This was clearly an apprentice, poor guy. And I said, no, I'd rather you didn't do that, because last week I said you could, and as long as you put everything back, and you didn't. And I've spent time clearing stuff up. And honestly, I probably shouldn't have, but I was like, you know, and some of the stuff's been slightly damaged, like there's like little like chips on things. And I don't really think there was too much, if there was much at all. But I was just kind of like, no. And he went, "Oh, I'm really sorry about that. Thanks for letting me know." And then left. Not even 15 seconds later, there's a knock on the door. And this guy, which I don't remember, but I am 90% sure it was him last week that asked. Anyway, I had walked off because I really didn't expect somebody else to come. And so Ghost opened the door. And so I was just stood at the back. And this guy was like, "Hi, my colleague just spoke to your wife. And you know, we really need access, and she said something about like that, so but like, can we please have access?" And I was thinking like anyway, obviously thinks I'll get them to say yes, right? And Ghost is like, "No." Good night, Zero. I hope you see you tomorrow, and I hope you sleep well. So Ghost is like, "No." We gave you access last week, and it was a mess. You didn't put everything back. And he was like, oh, I didn't know they did that. I can only apologize. I'm really sorry. I didn't know they did that. I can only apologize. I can only apologize that they did that. But yeah, so can we have access? And Ghost was like, no. No, hi Shadow, how you doing? Ghost was like, no. Because you didn't clean it up. I helped you out last week, and you didn't help me out. So no, I don't want you coming over. I don't want you to do that again. You got it? And he was like, what if I promise to clean it up? And Ghost was like, no. And I was laughing in the background because I was like, how many times are you going to ask? No means no. And he was like, yeah, but you see, we can't really get we can't get access with the ladder. And Ghost was like, that's something that you and your guys are going to have to figure out and work around it though, aren't you? And then he was like, well, but we need it like further down, not exactly where it was. And Ghost was like, there's stuff leaning against the fence. So no. And he was like, well, what if I like put it back? No. And then in the end he was like, okay, I can only apologize for what they've done, but like I still would really need the Anyway, this went on for like 3 or 4 minutes of Ghost being like, no. And then the guy was like, okay, sorry, thank you. And then left. And then I was really unsure. I was sat there, and you know when you're like, I couldn't tell if they were like lifting the fence panel up but quietly. So I was like spying on them out the window as much as I could. I couldn't quite see them, but I was like, I was trying. This is why I was late yesterday. Yeah, this is why I wasn't on early. I was like spying out the window. It's been very fun, thank you, Andromeda. I was spying on them, and it looks like they were just struggling, right? Because at this point, I never really paid attention to them. Tita, thank you so much for using a prime on me. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you know the mates. They're all across, except for legal reasons they're not. No means no. I know. Now, no is a full sentence. Like no. So I just anyway. So I started spying on them out the window. Oh my god. Right, hear me out, Jack. Right, we're gonna do some pretend. We're gonna do some pretending. Okay, right. Imagine I see one of them on the ladder, and he's like drilling. I don't know. The only thing that I said to Ghost, I was like, maybe they've like put another bathroom in or something, because they were drilling holes out. So I was like, assuming it must be the waste or something. I don't know. I still don't really care. But anyway, he was drilling these holes. And there was a pipe already in there. So he was drilling around it, right? With an impact drill. If you don't know what an impact drill is, it's the one that like carves stuff away, right? Not even joking. I was watching him doing it, and he's using this impact drill, and I think he was trying to make the hole bigger, because quite honestly, I have no idea what on earth he was doing. And as he was drilling, he wouldn't look. So he was talking to his mate down there on the ladder while he's using an impact drill. And he's talking to them. He's like drilling up. Like I was watching him, and I was like, you could go through that pipe. He wasn't even looking, right? And so I was kind of like, right. So then I looked at the other, and I've never paid attention. So I looked at the other holes that they had like cut, and you know, like famously, a lot of these like impact drills or drills or whatever, they have one where you can like drill a perfect circle, and because it spins, doesn't it? And it like carves it out, right? Right, you can it takes ages, but you can carve a perfect circle with the way that it works. I'm pretty sure that's normal. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I looked at all those other holes, which obviously they would have used one of those, right? And all, instead of the hole being like a perfect circle, it was like, and I was looking at them. Good night, Xavier. I was looking at this, but again, yeah, truly, that this is genuinely what I was doing instead of going live. I was like, and I was looking at, anyway, and I said, and I was saying to Ghost, I was like, oh, that's awful. And he was like, I can't believe that. Anyway, and then I was like, and then on stream we were joking that they were just gonna like fill it with cork or something. I am not joking. Ghost sent a photo at the bathroom window to my dad in the group chat, and they were like, yesterday I was like, why is my phone going crazy? And then I looked at it, and then they were like slagging off the workmanship on it, and they filled it with cork. And it's like so badly filled that you can like see like finger marks. And I was just, oh my god, it's pretty bad. I do feel bad for them next door. I don't know if it, but then oh yeah, and then last night when they left, Ghost went to our side and had a look. From the ground, it looks passable. It doesn't really look that bad because you can't quite see how bad it is because of the perspective. But he was like, but from the window, it's so bad. Like what it actually looked like they've gotten away with it basically, so that you never accidentally. Precisely, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I don't want anything to do with you. Yeah, so wouldn't take no for an answer for ages. Obviously, also I saw him walk up. He walked past the window, and you know when someone walks with extreme confidence, he was clearly walking like they've said no, but I'll definitely make them say yes. And then Ghost was like, absolutely not, absolutely not, no. And I was just like, oh my god, because you know how like there's that like a stigma of like, oh, you know, that lady, she said no, but I'm, you know, like, oh, she's being unreasonable. I was thinking it probably came across, they were probably thinking that, and so, I mean, I know Ghost has always got my back and will always fight my corner. Unless I've done something and I'm genuinely wrong. But it was nice to just see them just be like, oh, yeah, right, Queen. I knew full well. You know what? The fact that he came back and was seemingly pretty happy that he wasn't speaking to me, but was speaking to Ghost, and Ghost was like, no. And like when this guy left, Ghost turned around, like he shut the door and was like. Hi, Mez. Yeah, my friend, she had this guy over at her house trying to do up her kitchen, and he refused to speak to her. He said that he will only speak to her boyfriend. Like, he just actually wouldn't speak to her. And it was insane because her boyfriend works at the office like 4 days a week or something crazy, and she was able to work from home, so anytime he needed any guidance on something, obviously it would be her, but he kept refusing to speak to her, and he also would refuse help from her. So when he was putting on those like breakfast worktop things, he couldn't carry it because it was too heavy, and she was like, let me help you, and he was like, no. And then he wouldn't, and then he dropped it and smashed it. And then she was like, you're paying for a new one. And he was really annoyed, but he was like, but he did pay for a new one. And then she was like, why can't you just let me help you? It's ridiculous. She was like, I tiled this kitchen, you know. He was like, no, you didn't. Anyway, she said that she was going to fire him, and then he just stopped turning up. And he stopped turning up, and then they never got contact with him, and he never said anything about being paid. I know, right, Mez? It was so terrible. We've had salespeople that do that on us both sides. What is your? Oh no, they're like, oh, you know, let me just try. It's so shady, isn't it? I was in a daze trying to guess who this is. It's me, M Croft. It's so icky, yeah. I used to move a few bits in the warehouse, and the delivery guys would always comment how surprised they were that I would lift something. I can pick things up. Oh, you like them? Thank you. I haven't done like a whole lightning lock before, but yeah. Would you say you were shocked? Anyway, so every Wednesday, I want to go live at like 11:30, and it doesn't happen. Because I get caught up in something really silly, and I get distracted and started spying on things out the window. That's why. I don't need help. Famous last words. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. He probably realised he wasn't going to get paid anything else because of the price of the breakfast table, for the breakfast bar thing. Probably thought I'll cut my losses. And he should. What an idiot. I know, Youngs. With every week I do it. Every single time, honestly. Anyway, I'm trying to wake up earlier, so I'm trying to like arrange my day a bit better. Shocking, Kem. Mez, it's not like anyone in particular. I've just learned that I can do certain makeup looks and stick elf ears on them and be like, I'm the lightning elf. That's what I've done. I've learned add elf ears, and I'm like, it's clearly a tiefling. Elf Lara Croft. This thing I've never done before. Elf Wonder Woman. Why not lightning elves? You can have any kind of elf, right? Exactly, Niv. Exactly. I'm something elf. I'm the lava elf. Elf Harley Quinn, another one we've never done before. Brand new. Fire elf. See? The sky elf. Another galaxy elf. See, well, this one maybe this one would count as the storm gunner. So maybe I don't know, but you know what I mean. And now I'm like, well, this is what I've discovered is I can just stick elf ears on it. The elemental elves. You watch me accidentally do the elemental elves as a series and not realise because I just keep adding ears to everything that I've done. I was about to ask if no, this isn't a series. It wasn't at least it wasn't my intention to be a series anyway. Wood elf, but it's actually wood. Elf, the creation of Adam. Look, see, now you're all on board with what with what I'm thinking. Okay, but what would it look like with elf ears? Seems like a series to me. Feels like a series now. Skeletor! Yanks as well. I took on board your sadness about about me using the trial reels and you not necessarily seeing it. And I came up with a solution and I've implemented it, just to let you know. I do listen to feedback sometimes. Not on the complaint stream, but I do. But in general, and I realised that for the trial reels in particular, it specifically shows it to people that don't follow me. So I'm just uploading on some of my old videos. You've already seen them. So I just thought I'll just put stuff on there that I've already uploaded beforehand. And if it does well, it does well. And if it doesn't, then I'll just take it off. Yeah, so I'm just uploading some of my old stuff. So old stuff is in like some of the spinning videos from last year. You've definitely already seen it, but I thought that was a fair trade-off. On the evil, it does feel quite evil, doesn't it? It does feel like an evil look. Their trees sacred and won't use them for wood. The neighbouring countries, though, take the trees! But my tree, it's different when it's mine. I've never heard that before. Oh my gosh! Resident Evil Requiem is out now? Or is it early access? Is it out now? I'm not going to play it this week, by the way. And the reason why is because it's out now. Because of midnight. I just want you all to know, I'm not going to play it early. I'm not going to play it for maybe a couple of weeks. I mean, I only play on Fridays really anyway. But the reason why is because I want to give people who enjoy game day a chance to play it first. Because sometimes I feel bad that people miss out on watching gaming streams because I'm playing the latest release. But they would like to be part of it. But it just gives some other people a chance to play it first, and at least if I'm behind a little bit, then other people can, you know what I mean? Yeah, because I feel like it would be nice, but it's okay. So, I mean, I'm gonna take everything back that I say when it comes to Tomb Raider. That's different. That's different. Yeah, still pre-purchased for me, so maybe it's early access for a few hours. I enjoy a horror game playthrough, but I didn't want to. Yeah, and I noticed that a lot with Reanimal as well as Split Fiction. That a lot of people really wanted to felt sad that they missed the stream, but they wanted to play that game themselves, or at least start the game. And I was like, oh. So I don't mind waiting because it's fine by me. Literally, it's different. It's different when it's mine. It's different. Okay, we've got a really huge okay, it's different. So I just want to let you know, don't expect me to be playing it. Like, I'm not going to play it tomorrow, and I don't think I'll play it next week either. I'll probably wait until the week after, so give other people a chance. Obviously, that creates the risk of people spoiling it for me, and so we'll just see what happens, and hopefully that doesn't happen at all. So, lovely. That'll be good. That'll be fun. Yeah, I don't really take days off to play a new game anymore because like I didn't even think about that actually. Yeah, now I'm just like, well, I'll just play the. But I liked it when I did it. It felt really special. All right, yeah. Anyway, on that note, we're gonna go. Whatever. You take paid days. Right. You don't take days off when chat pays you to. I know. I was actually thinking about that today. I was thinking maybe next week I might take this day off. This one. My parents really want to go out for an evening dinner to celebrate the engagement. So I was thinking about asking when we do that and then doing that on a day off. That's what I was thinking, but I need to talk to them about it tomorrow. But yeah, very lovely. The engagement! Yeah, so that's why I was like, oh, I should really take that off. I did say. So I don't want to, but I will. Because it's not fair. It's the dealio, isn't it? So I will take it off. I just need to figure out, like... Basically, I keep saying, like, when shall we do this? And then they're like... And I'm like, okay, I can do these days. What about you? And then they like... What about this restaurant instead? Which day okay, I don't really want to do that restaurant because I don't as a buffet I'm not really going to eat that much food, so I'm not really going to enjoy it and I'm not going to get my money's worth, so I'd rather not. Yeah, but it's a buffet, so you can just eat as much as you want. What day? Just eat as much as you want, really, because as far as that... When Well, when are you free? I've told you. What day? Yeah, exactly. That's kind of like where I'm at. So tomorrow I'm going to their house, and I'm just going to try and like when I'm gonna try and like get it out of their system. Like, where in the hell do you want to? Anyway, so that's what I'm gonna try and do. When will you wear wigs? My dad will be like, literally, he'll just write like, "WTF are you talking about?" So yeah, that's the clue. So I might take it off so I can do the dinner, but I don't know when I'm doing the dinner because they won't answer the question. That's where I'm at. And I don't know why they keep avoiding it. I genuinely have no idea. I don't think they realise they avoid it. And then my dad will be like, and then I'll say something, and then my dad will be like, "How's the plumber next door?" And I'm like, I love that he knows the texting lingo. Oh my God, my dad will literally shout at me. He'll just be like, "LOL!" But he'll physically like shout when he finds something funny. And he uses those like, you know those like Apple stickers where you can like make your avatar? He has one and he's wearing sunglasses and it's him being like this. And he always sends that as well. He knows LOL, he knows WTF, he uses FFS all the time. They're like his main ones. Your dad is so ridiculous. I mean, honestly, like, he's so ridiculous sometimes. One time he had something to drink. He had had some drink, and he was showing me that there was a spider in his garage. Don't chat. I know. He was showing me there's a spider in his garage because he knows I'm scared of spiders. And he was showing it to me, and I was like really annoyed that he'd shown me this spider because I was like screaming, and he grabbed it and ate it. But, you know, in a way, I think it kind of explains a lot of, like, why I probably don't bat an eyelid at certain things. Yeah, this is what I mean, like, yeah, it's probably why I'm like, where's my other bag of teeth? I think the chaos comes from Papa Croft. I don't know, you know, I feel like it's both of them. Oh my Christ. Is your dad okay? Probably not. Probably not, but like probably in the way that like you lot probably think I'm not alright. I've been training you. I'm definitely not eating a spider. But I know my cousin did that. Yeah, I know one of my cousins ate spiders. My dad did tell me that when his sister was younger, she used to eat worms. Because I told him that Ghost had been collecting worms. Because last year, when Ghost and I were doing like our gardening, Ghost had been finding worms and collecting them and then putting all of the worms that he had collected in the compost bin. So like they all would do it, they're in there to do the thing. And I was like, Ghost has been collecting worms. My dad was like, oh my God, my sister used to eat worms when she was younger. Snack on them. Oh. Yeah, so like, Ghost, I feel like Ghost's reason is like pretty fair to collect them. And, you know, be like, go over there and do the stuff. But, I mean, you don't have to collect worms. So, yeah. I was trying to think of some other stuff, but I think my issue is that like this stuff's pretty like fairly normal to me because this has been my entire life. And now I'm like, oh, that sounds like just things. I think of things and I'm like, apart from that, I've had a pretty normal childhood. I say that it's a pretty normal childhood. Yeah, he ate a spider like 2 years ago, so whatever. Was your sister a bird? I'm an only child. Oh, his sister. No, but I thought she was a teacher, and I told everybody that she was a teacher for the last 15 years, and she told me last year that she's never been a teacher. I gotta go. Right, chat. Deer is playing Resident Evil Requiem, okay? So feel free to dip out. I understand that's not for everyone who want, you know, spoilers, etc. But I'd like to raid Deer. I'm gonna go and I'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't know what time yet. It might be more like 7-ish, okay? Bye-bye. I'm going to take my posts and videos now. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.